Good evening, dear listener. I'm glad you are here tonight, wherever you are, in a quiet room with the fan humming softly, or perhaps near a lamp glowing beside your chair. Thank you for joining me. These are the hours when the world slows, when memory drifts like smoke, and when stories come best to comfort the restless heart. Tonight's tale is not hurried. It will wander like a candle flame in a draught, steady but never rushed. We will explore lives shaped by longing and silence, by simple acts of kindness, and by surprises that arrive not with thunder, but with a hush. Before we begin, I invite you to settle in. Dim the lights if you can, or let the cool night air drift through a half-open window. Rest your hands, close your eyes if you wish, and allow the rhythm of this voice to carry you. If these stories bring you peace, I'd be grateful if you gently pressed the like button, subscribed for more evenings together, and perhaps shared in the comments where in the world you are listening from. That connection, across time and distance, is part of the comfort. And now our story opens, as so many do, with something small, a longing scarcely spoken, yet steady as the tide beneath the moon. A faint wish stirs where the night feels longest. It begins in the quietest of ways, as most important things do. A house at rest, its timbers settling with the night air, the faint sigh of a curtain at the window. In such stillness, the mind sometimes admits what the heart has been carrying all along. A desire, not loud or demanding, but present, like the gentle pressure of a ring on a finger, or the way one notices the scent of lilacs long after they have gone from the vase. Sir William, though he would never have said it aloud, felt such a longing. Not for riches or renown, he already held both in his measure, but for a quiet certainty, a sense that what he gave of himself in service might return to him in some lasting way. Nights on the road toward Chester, as rain tapped on canvas and men muttered in their uneasy sleep, he would trace that thought like a prayer, never fully formed, never dismissed. The company around him had their own longings. A young soldier with a face still soft who dreamt of surviving long enough to see his mother again, a sergeant grizzled by years who longed simply for dry boots. Even the horses, stamping and tossing their heads, longed for pasture over endless mud. Yet William's longing was different. It was a desire to hold together the fragile thread of meaning in a world that too often unraveled. As they neared Chester, the city walls rising like gray cliffs out of the damp earth, he felt the tension ease just slightly. Relief passed through the men as murmurs, small jokes shared, even laughter, the brittle kind that follows days of hardship. William alone stayed quiet. For him, the sight of walls was not comfort, but reminder. What awaited within was duty, expectation, and a campaign that might well claim half of those he led. He thought of Eleanor, far in Pembroke, tending to their household with hands more capable than any scribe or steward. Her absence was a hollow space beside him each evening. His longing, unspoken, steady, was for the promise that he might see her face again when this was done, might hear her ask about the smallest details of his day, as if nothing in the world mattered more. That night, as the men found their places in the north field, driving stakes and tightening ropes with weary efficiency, William stood apart, gazing at the faint glow of the city's castle. The air smelled of smoke and wet grass. He pressed a hand to the hilt of his sword, not in fear, but in recognition. This steel was the bridge between longing and fate. It would either carry him home or break along the way. Nearby, Roland muttered about demons in the mountains, his voice half jest, half worry. William smiled, though faintly. He had no patience for tales of demons. The real specters were hunger, fever, ambush, the enemies a man could not strike down with a blade. Yet he let Roland speak, for even uneasy words can lighten the burden when the night feels longest. In that fragile silence, William understood something he could not name. That longing, far from weakening him, gave his steps their weight. The quiet wish to endure, to protect, to return, that was the anchor he would carry, even into the storm of war. Ordinary rooms keep gentle secrets in their corners. The city woke slowly, as if the stones themselves were rising from sleep. In the gray before sunrise, shutters parted just enough to taste the air, and kitchen fires took their first timid breath. Sir William listened from the edge of the north field, where the wet grass darkened his boots, and the last stars lay faint as pollen on the sky. Chester was never quiet, not truly, but this hour pretended to be. A cart creaked once and went still. A bell tried out a single note and thought better of it. Thomas approached with a lantern whose wick was shy of flame. The boy's steps avoided puddles with a care that would have pleased a dancer. "Breakfast in the castle yard, sir," he said, as if announcing a small festival. "Porridge and yesterday's bread. The steward asks if you prefer honey or salt." "Honey," William answered, and a little silence, "if anyone is selling it." Thomas smiled without showing teeth, and they walked. Inside the walls, ordinary rooms arranged themselves around them like calm thoughts. The armory yawned awake, racks of spears leaning together like men in easy company. A tailor, with clever thumbs, warmed his needles over steam, then set about coaxing a stubborn seam to behave. A scribe unrolled a damp ledger and weighed down its corners with smooth stones, the ink remembering its duty by slow degrees. In the chapel, a single candle stood guard over the cold. The chaplain's shoes whispered on the flagstone. William ate standing up, as most men did when the day pressed with purpose. The porridge arrived gentle and practical, a warmth that stayed. He watched steam climb from the bowl and vanish, the way messages vanish in weather, leaving only their shape behind. Roland found him there and claimed a crust the size of his palm. "The rain has tired even the mud," he said. "It refuses to hold my boot." "Your boot refuses to lift," William murmured. They shared the sort of smile that does not have to prove itself. The quiet chores of readiness gathered humbly around them. Arrowheads rang against a small anvil, each note cooler than the last. Harness was mended with beeswax and patience. Men combed their horses with willow brooms, the animals leaning into it like sleepers leaning toward a window. Someone laughed at nothing in particular, and the laughter placed no claim on the morning. It rose and fell and left the air whole. William took stock without severity. He preferred the calm of lists to the flare of speeches. Swords, present and serviceable. Mail, patched to sufficiency. Rations, enough to see them into the hills and argue politely with hunger. He touched each bundle as if it had a name, and perhaps it did. Bread loaf, river rope, canvas that remembered spring grass. He asked Thomas to count the tinder boxes twice. "Fire in the rain is like truth in a crowd," he said. "You must prepare to find it." They visited the farrier's lean-to, where the smell of iron and wet straw kept a kind of conversation. The farrier lifted a hoof as if consulting an old friend. "This one favors a stone bruise," he said, "but he'll walk it honest." William nodded. He had learned to love sentences that did not promise more than they could keep. At the edge of the yard stood a narrow room the color of tea left too long. The steward stored small mercies there, Spare buckles hung from nails like modest medals. A jar of lamp oil breathed hope into corners. On a shelf, wrapped in cloth that had been a shirt in better days, lay a parcel addressed in a steady, workman's hand. William read his name and paused. The wax seal bore the imprint of a walnut shell, Eleanor's quiet joke when the signet could not be spared. He set the parcel aside without opening. Ordinary tasks drew lines through the morning, straight and true. He signed for salt and oats. He counted the tenths by pairs, not to be efficient, but to be kind to memory. He listened to concerns that arrived dressed as questions, then sent each back into the day with its hat straight. When a boy from the kitchens asked if the army required more spoons, William considered it as if he were weighing a treaty. "Yes," he said finally, "for there is no dignity in eating with a knife alone." The boy left Digny. In the chapel, the chaplain spoke a prayer in a pitch that acknowledged sleep still clinging to a few heads. William knelt, not for show, but to square himself with the hour. The stone under his knees held the "Night's cold" with thrift. He let the prayer pass over him like a mild rain, and in that softness he remembered Eleanor's hands laying out winter shirts, folding warmth into corners the way a baker tucks sweetness into a loaf. Outside, a messenger with mud to his knees delivered papers bound with twine. News moved at the speed of whatever the road allowed. Mortimer's seal, heavy as a boot heel, pressed the wax smudge. Orders, yes. Caution, certainly. But between the lines, William read a simpler instruction. Be ready for the work that is yours, and leave the rest in God's wide hands. He breathed easier for having named it. He walked the perimeter where the men had slept, counting the small domestic proofs of survival. A bit of rope tied like a fisherman's ring, a scrap of cloth made into a bookmark for a psalm, a wooden cup set upside down to keep its temper. Near a hedge, two veterans traded advice that sounded suspiciously like gossip. "If the road gives you a choice between stones and puddles," one said, "follow the dog. He will find the ground that forgives." The other agreed on principle and adjusted his belt in a way. When the sun finally found a path through low cloud, it did not shout about it. Light lay over the field as a shawl lies across a lap. Useful, polite, a comfort accepted without fuss. William lingered there longer than the schedule allowed, telling himself a commander's first duty is to see, and seeing requires time. He watched Thomas rewrap a bandage for a man who claimed he did not need it. He watched Roland demonstrate how to tie a pack so it would not argue with a shoulder. He thought how leadership. In the armory's shade, a carpenter coaxed a splintered shield to remember its roundness. He hummed an air from Nobody's Childhood. A small shock, if one could call it that, arrived then with the softness of dust. The carpenter turned the shield, and William saw the faded paint beneath the fresh. A red device, not his own, the sign of a house once friendly, now only a name. He felt the quiet tug of history, the way colors survive under colors, the way loyalties travel, change their coats, and keep walking. By midday, the rooms of the day had arranged themselves into a livable house. The men ate in small groups, shoulders easy, bowls balanced on knees. No one tried to be memorable. William took his meal near the stable door, where a breeze carried a mild perfume of hay and leather. A cat he had not met before sat like an argument he did not intend to have. They shared the shade, and the cat won. Afterward, he visited the scribe again. The ledger had surrendered its dampness and now lay obedient. Names, numbers, notes, the little bricks from which order is built. "Sir," the scribe said, tapping an empty line with the feathered end of his pen. How would you like the men listed tomorrow, by company or by fate? William lifted an eyebrow. The man colored. Alphabet, he corrected, himself. By alphabet. William nodded. He preferred letters to prophecy. A breeze tidied the yard. It moved through harness and hair and rope, as if checking each for its readiness. William felt it on his sleeve and accepted the small blessing of it. He remembered a phrase from a traveling priest who had once shared their fire. Do the doable. Witness the rest. It sounded like a prayer in work clothes, and he kept it. Thomas returned with the parcel. From home, he said, as if the word could be carried in both hands. William set the walnut-sealed bundle on a bench and opened it with the patience he saved for things he wished would last. Inside lay a rolled shirt of fine, sturdy linen, a sprig of dried rosemary, and a note in Eleanor's hand. For the mornings that need warmth, and for the nights that need the scent of gardens. He pressed the rosemary between his palms, and the memory rose, clean as first water. He put on the fresh shirt without ceremony. The linen did its quiet work of reminding the skin that comfort is not always a luxury. Sometimes it is a discipline. He tucked the note into the inner seam of his gambeson, where his heart could keep it. Then he stood, and the day stood with him. In the late afternoon, ordinary rooms lowered their voices again. The farrier banked his coals beneath ash so they would be easy to wake. The scribe blotted the last line and closed the ledger with a soft thud that suggested both finality and mercy. The tailor held his threaded needle against the light to be sure the day had been honest. In the chapel, the candle that began alone had made a small, persuasive company of flames. William walked the length of the yard once more, a slow patrol that invited the eye to rest. He thanked the carpenter for returning the shield's patience. He told the boy with the spoons that tomorrow would be better served. He lifted a bucket for a water-bearer whose back argued with age, then set it down where it would do the most good. None of it heroism, all of it necessary. In small labors, the day closed like a book laid gently aside now. Softly, so footsteps mark the same calm rhythm of daily hours. Morning in Chester arrived, not with fanfare, but with the sort of rhythm that made itself known only by absence when it faltered. The streets hummed in low, predictable notes, carts rumbling over cobbles, dogs greeting the day with half-hearted barks, and the smell of baking bread that moved like a tide through every open shutter. For Sir William and his men, these familiar rhythms were more than background. They were reminders that life, even on the cusp of war, persisted in its ordinary beat. William stepped from his tent to find the camp already stirring. Men bent over cooking pots, stirring porridge with long wooden paddles. Armor hung from makeshift racks, catching what little sun broke through the clouds. The sight was at once comforting and sobering. Comforting, because the routines promised order. Sobering, because he knew those same suits of armor would soon echo with the strain of battle. He walked among them slowly, not with the stride of command, but with the measure of one who wanted to hear. Each footstep pressed into the damp earth like a note in a hymn. A soldier mended a sandal strap with clumsy fingers. Another whistled the same tune he had the day before, each note falling in its proper place. William thought of how armies, like households, were built not on shouts, but on such quiet repetitions. At the quartermaster's table, a line of men waited patiently for their rations of bread and cheese. They shuffled forward with the discipline of those who had long accepted scarcity. The quartermaster, a man whose beard seemed older than his bones, tore loaves into equal pieces with the solemnity of a priest distributing communion. One for hunger, One for hope, he muttered under his breath, not knowing William heard him. Roland found William there, balancing his ration on one palm. "You notice," Roland said, "that bread always seems more precious when it is measured? Give a man a full loaf, and he may forget to thank it. Give him half, and he tastes gratitude in every bite." William smiled faintly. Perhaps war is a teacher of gratitude, though not of mercy. Roland chewed and said nothing more. The rhythm of their friendship was like that. Words given sparingly, but with weight. Silence filling the spaces in between. Later, in the courtyard of the castle, the knights gathered for drill. The sound of boots striking stone in unison filled the space with a martial music. Shields rose and lowered in practiced waves, spears braced, swords drawn and sheathed in near-perfect timing. To an outsider, it might have seemed dull, even monotonous, but William knew that in those repeated movements lay survival. Habits drilled until they replaced panic. That was the only way men could hold a line when the wild noise of combat descended. He joined them briefly, not to show rank, but to remind his own body of the rhythm, the weight of the sword in his hand, the arc of its swing, the pause at the end where silence met steel. These were old acquaintances, and he greeted them without fanfare. Sweat gathered under his collar, the chain of his mail shifting against his shoulders with each turn. The body remembered what the mind sometimes wished to forget. When the drill ended, he dismissed the men with no flourish, only a nod. They dispersed back into their smaller rhythms, filling water skins, tending horses, mending buckles. Thomas appeared, arms full of straps and buckles to be polished, his face serious. "Sir," he asked, "do you think we march soon?" William rested a hand briefly on the boy's shoulder. "We always march soon, Thomas." Even when the road waits, the march begins in the mind. The boy seemed to accept this, though his eyes betrayed the restless need for certainty that youth carries like a burden. By midday, the market outside the castle stirred with its own rhythm. Merchants called in voices that rose and fell like the tide: salted fish, fresh apples, woolen socks. Soldiers wandered the stalls, coins clinking, laughter rising in soft bursts. William bought a small bundle of apples, more for the memory of orchards at Pembroke than for hunger. He gave half to the men on watch, who accepted them as if he had offered gold. A small shock interrupted the rhythm then, though it arrived quietly. A messenger stumbled into the market square, his cloak damp with rain, his face pale. He carried news of a raid, not near Chester, but close enough that whispers ran like wildfire through the crowd. Welsh riders had struck a hamlet, taking what they pleased and vanishing before defense could muster. The details were unclear, the harm uncertain, but the effect was the same. The rhythm faltered. Men looked over their shoulders as if the enemy. William listened, then folded the words into his silence. He knew what Roland would say, that these raids were not random, that they were notes in a larger song of war. But he also knew the importance of not letting fear seize the daily rhythm. "Finish your bread," he told the nearest soldier, "and sharpen your spear." The day has not changed, only our awareness of it. The afternoon carried on, though heavier. Rain fell and stopped, like a drum whose player could not decide the tempo. Horses stamped in rhythm with the drops, their tails swishing, their ears twitching at sounds the men did not hear. Thomas polished a buckle until it reflected the sky, then polished it again when the rain dulled its shine. Such persistence was both futile and holy. William let him be. In the chapel, the chaplain led another prayer, his voice carrying a rhythm all its own. words repeated in cadences older than the men who spoke them. Knees pressed into stone, hands folded, heads bowed. The posture itself a rhythm older than war, perhaps older than hope. William joined, not because he sought miracles, but because rhythm itself was its own consolation. As night approached, torches were lit at regular intervals along the walls. Their flames swayed in a dance of pattern and echo. Men gathered around cooking fires, stirring stews, telling stories in fragments. Each tale began in the same way. "Do you remember?" and ended with laughter or sighs, depending on memory's mercy. William sat near Roland again, an apple core in his hand, staring at the glow of the coals. "The day repeats itself," Roland said, "until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, everything changes." William nodded. He thought of the messenger, of the raid, of the shadow it cast across their orderly rhythms. "That is why," he said softly, "we must value the repetition. It teaches us how to stand when the change comes." Around them, the camp slowed, then settled, like a heartbeat easing into rest. The familiar rhythms of the day had held, even under threat, and in that holding, they offered comfort. Tomorrow would bring its own tempo, perhaps harsher, perhaps broken. But for tonight, the steps of ordinary life had been enough. Delays gather like mist across the quiet fields. The day that should have moved quickly, with orders read and roads chosen, stumbled instead into a slower pace. Small delays crept in, the sort that rarely make history, but quietly shape it all the same. They arrived without announcement, like mist sliding across a meadow. Not enough to stop a traveler, but enough to make each step uncertain. At dawn, the quartermaster reported that the shipment of arrow shafts from the Fletchers had not yet arrived. The men had arrows, yes, but fewer than wise planning allowed. "A cart broke an axle in the rain," he explained, "and they're mending it by the roadside." He did not promise when it would come. William listened, nodded once, and said nothing more. He had learned long ago that impatience does not fix axles, nor does anger deliver wood faster down muddy paths. Roland, however, grumbled. "Arrows are air in the lungs of an army. Without them, we choke before we speak." William gave him a patient glance. "Then, let us breathe slower until they arrive." The men went on with their chores, though the missing shafts hung in their thoughts like a forgotten word. It was a delay small enough to ignore, yet significant enough to remind them how fragile preparations could be. Later, in the stables, another hindrance emerged. A destrier favored its foreleg, refusing to bear weight, though no wound could be seen. The farrier tapped the hoof, pressed against the fetlock, shook his head. "A stone bruise," he said. "Painful, but not lasting. Still, he won't march at full pace for days." The horse belonged to a knight from Lincolnshire, who cursed his luck but said little more. William stood by, stroking the animal's mane. He thought of how even the proudest warhorse could be slowed by a pebble caught in the wrong place. A man, too, might be undone, not by his enemy, but by the smallest unkindness of the road. By mid-morning, a drizzle began, not enough to drench, but enough to trouble. The parchment of orders blurred at the corners, and cloaks took on a heavy dampness. Men adjusted hoods, tightened straps, muttered about weather that had no courtesy. The drizzle lengthened time itself, each task slower for the slipperiness of rope, the reluctance of fire to catch. At the armory, a cracked helm was discovered, its rivets weakened where rust had bitten deeper than expected. The smith heated iron to repair it, his hammer ringing a song of stubbornness. Sparks flew like stars, desperate to be remembered. Yet it meant another hour waiting, Another hour of the men idle, their thoughts free to wander. Such delays carried their own danger. When men worked, their bodies gave them purpose. When they waited, imagination stirred, and imagination in an army often grew into fear. Thomas, sensing this, told small stories while polishing buckles. He spoke of Pembroke's market, of the fishmonger who claimed every herring he sold had once outswum a king's ship. The men laughed gently at the exaggeration. William, overhearing, let him continue. Stories, even foolish ones, kept the mist of worry at bay. Near noon, another messenger arrived. His cloak was torn, his breath uneven. He bore word from a neighboring company. Their wagon of salted meat had been stolen in the night, tracks leading into the hills. The news spread with the sharpness of salt on a wound. Some muttered about treachery, others about Welsh raiders bold enough to creep so near Chester. William gathered the officers and listened to the details. "It may be no more than thieves," he said finally, "but even thieves are lessons. We guard our own stores with greater care." The men nodded, their shoulders easing slightly. Yet another delay. Patrols were doubled, watchfires trimmed, men reassigned to tasks that had not been on the morning's list. And still, the day dragged its feet. In the afternoon, the chaplain announced that a marriage was to be blessed before the march began. A young soldier and a girl from the city, hurried together by the threat of war. It was no grand ceremony, only a few words under the chapel's roof, but William allowed the men to witness if they wished. He knew such delays served more than duty. They reminded weary hearts of why armies endured hardship at all. The couple exchanged vows with trembling voices. Rain tapped the chapel's roof like muted applause. When they kissed, shyly and briefly, even Roland cleared his throat and looked away as if he had dust in his eyes. But afterward, William noticed the men speaking more softly, their laughter carrying a gentler note. A delay, yes, but one worth the hours it borrowed. As the day waned, the arrow shafts finally arrived, mud-splattered, but whole. The cart limped into camp on a newly mended axle, greeted with cheers as though it carried wine instead of wood. The Fletchers set immediately to work, fitting iron heads and binding feathers, their hands steady despite fatigue. Each finished arrow stacked neatly was a reassurance, a return of breath to the army's lungs. By evening, the drizzle cleared, leaving the air sharp and clean. Fires caught more easily now, smoke rising in calm columns. Supper was served, stew thick with lentils, bread softer than the morning's, and men ate with relief that their delays had ended. William sat with Roland and Geoffrey near the fire. "Strange," Roland said, "how the smallest hindrances weigh heavier than battles in the telling." Geoffrey nodded. "Because battles are storms, and we expect storms. But delays are like gnats. They bite when patience is thin." William stirred his bowl and thought aloud. Perhaps delays are reminders that even in war, time belongs to God, not to us. We may plan, but we must also wait. The others considered this in silence. The fire cracked. Somewhere, a horse whinnied as if to agree. Night descended with unusual softness. The mist that had troubled them earlier now settled like a blanket, muffling sound, smoothing edges. The camp seemed wrapped in its own breath, as though the delays of the day had taught it to exhale more slowly. Silence lingers louder than the words unspoken. Evening in Chester drew its shawl about the city, quieting the clang of hammers and the chatter of merchants. Where the day had been crowded with errands, repairs, and hurried voices, the night now offered space for what remained unsaid. Silence has a way of magnifying what men dare not put into words. And in that silence, Sir William began to hear the unspoken weight that hung over his company. The campfires crackled in neat lines across the north field, their smoke rising in thin, disciplined ribbons. Men sat close together, bowls in hand, yet often they did not speak. Some stared into their stew as though answers might float to the surface. Others polished their gear not because it was dirty, but because the sound of metal on cloth was easier than conversation. Silence gathered like dew, unseen at first, then undeniable, settling on every helm, every sleeve, every thought. William moved slowly through the rows, listening more to what was absent than to what was present. He knew the sound of fear when it was voiced. Shouts, boasts, prayers muttered too quickly. But this quiet was different. It was the hush of men aware of what awaited them, who found no need to dress it in words. He paused at one fire where a young archer bent over his bow, running fingertips along the string again and again, not testing it, just touching it, as if it might promise him steadiness. William Sess. At another fire, two veterans sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing bread. Neither spoke. Their silence was not awkward. It was the kind of silence that comes after long years of trust, where words are unnecessary. They chewed slowly, staring at the flames, and William thought of how friendship sometimes speaks loudest in what it withholds. He found Roland leaning against a cart, arms folded, gaze on the dark outline of the hills to the west. "They're out there," Roland said finally, his voice low. "Watching us. I can feel it." William did not argue. He too had felt the eyes of the unseen on nights like this, but he chose silence as his reply. Sometimes silence is not emptiness, but agreement. Roland gave a slow nod, accepting the answer. Later, in the chapel, the chaplain knelt alone, his lips moving without sound. A single candle lit the space, its flame trembling as though the silence itself were a draft. William knelt beside him, though he did not join the prayer. He let the silence wrap around him like a cloak. In that hush, he remembered Eleanor's voice reading psalms by their hearth, the way she would pause before certain lines, letting the weight of the words settle without need for commentary. That memory comforted him more than... Back in camp, Thomas approached, a folded letter in his hands. "Sir," he whispered, "shall I write to your lady for you? To let her know you are well?" His eagerness was sincere, but William shook his head. "Not tonight. There are things better left to silence." The boy looked puzzled, but obeyed, tucking the parchment back into his satchel. The night deepened, and with it the silence thickened. Occasionally, a cough broke it, or the restless stamping of a horse, but even these sounds seemed swallowed quickly. William sat alone near his tent, listening to the muffled world. In the stillness, his mind replayed the news of raids, the delays of the day, the uncertain path ahead. Silence did not soothe these thoughts. It sharpened them. Yet he welcomed the sharpness. Better to face fear plainly than to hide it beneath chatter. A small shock arrived then, though it came quietly. A sentry returned from his watch, pale, saying he had heard voices in the dark beyond the hedges. He swore they spoke in Welsh, low and deliberate, but when the patrol searched, they found nothing. No footprints, no fire, no trace. The men muttered nervously, but William only said, "Let the silence teach us. They want us uneasy. We will answer with stillness." He doubled the watches, then let the camp return to its hush. As the hours stretched, William thought of how silence is not one thing, but many. For some, it is comfort, the assurance of peace. For others, it is burden, the absence of certainty. Tonight, it was both. Men lay awake under canvas, hearing only their own breathing. each aware of his solitude, even among hundreds. The silence pressed down like an extra weight in the blankets. Roland returned later, carrying a flask. He offered it without words, and William took a sip. The liquid burned faintly, but not unpleasantly. They shared it in turns, no conversation passing between them. At length, Roland spoke just one line. "Tomorrow, there may be no silence at all." William nodded, and together they let the hush stretch around them, holding it as if it were treasure to be spent carefully. By midnight, the camp had surrendered to rest, though fitfully. The silence was no longer empty. It was heavy with dreams, with longings, with dread. William lay back on his cot, eyes open to the dark, hearing nothing, yet feeling everything. Silence carried all the words that could not be spoken: fear of death, hope for return, love left behind. It was a language older than speech, and tonight it was the only language the army knew. A companion's glance reveals what the heart hides. Dawn came pale and thoughtful, as if it, too, were weighing what to say. Mist lifted from the grass in narrow threads, and the camp, slow to move but faithful to its habits, rose by degrees. A kettle set nearer the coals, a buckle tested twice, a quiet yawn politely disguised as a cough. Sir William stepped into the mild chill and found the kind of morning that did not insist on itself. He welcomed it. Loud mornings have a way of crowding out reflection. Soft ones invited in. Near the horse lines, Roland stood with his hands tucked under his armpits for warmth, studying the hills as if they were a text he could read if he only narrowed his eyes enough. He did not speak at first. Some friendships need the favor of silence before they attempt words. When he did speak, it was sideways, like a man easing a heavy chest down one stair at a time. "Dreamt of home," Roland said. "The yard. My mother scolding geese that never listened." He puffed a small laugh that carried no burden. "They listened better than I did." William smiled without showing teeth. "Geese, like commanders, enjoy believing they are obeyed." "Commanders," Roland replied, "enjoy believing it and settle for being believed." He tilted his head, half grin, half grimace, and the line landed soft between them. No harm done. A stable boy led past the Welsh guide, Ree, mounted on a shaggy pony that minded no one's opinion of its manners. Ree tipped 2 fingers from his brow. His eyes were the gray of river stones, not cold, just old. He had slept near the perimeter and woke like a man who knows mornings can be tricksters. William returned the nod, and after a moment, walked over. "You know this country better than my maps," William said. "My mother knew it better than me," Ree replied. She could hear a storm behind her shoulder. He patted the pony's neck, the way a priest might pat a pew. "I listen to hooves. They tell you where the ground forgives." They rode a small circle of the outer paths together. The commanders had asked for it, though the hour could have spared them the ceremony, and the 3 men kept a domestic pace, the kind that matches breath to thought. Thomas trotted behind, lamp unlit, as if refusing to scold the day for being new. Roland, who distrusted quiet that lasted too long, ventured a question. "You've carried messages for both sides, they say." Ree did not flinch. "I've carried truth for my village. Sometimes truth has more than one door. If a path kept a field from burning, I learned it. If a warning kept a boy out of a ditch, I carried it faster." He clicked his tongue. The pony considered obedience and accepted it. Men like walls. Hills prefer paths. They paused on a rise where a hedgerow made thumbprint shadows on the field. The city looked smaller from here, as if it too could be fit into a pocket if a man needed to walk far and travel light. William pressed a hand to his side where the fresh linen lay against his skin, the seam hiding Eleanor's note. The rosemary she had sent held faint in it still, like a remembered hymn. Rhee's gaze settled there, not at William's hand, but at the brief change in his breath. "Someone at home who keeps your shirts honest," he said, small smile. "A wife?" William answered, capable past reason. "Then the shirt is a map," Rhee said. "A man wears it and finds his way back." He lifted something from a pouch and opened his palm. A sprig, dry, fine, its leaves rattling like distant rain. "We use rosemary for keeping the dead near and the living nearer." "Depends which pocket you put it in." Thomas, who had not intended to listen, listened anyway. "My mother crushes it into stew," he offered, tone apologizing for its youth. "Says it helps the meat remember it was once a comfort." Rhee nodded as if the boy had told a scripture. "Memory is meat for the soul," he said. "Chew slow." They dismounted at a low stone wall where sheep had debated boundary lines for centuries without winning. Roland rested his chin on folded arms and studied nothing in particular. William watched the morning widen. He felt, more keenly than usual, that he was walking in a room with mirrors. The first was Roland, who, by leaning his weight on humor, showed William his own habit of leaning on duty. The second was Thomas, whose eagerness reflected William's long-buried appetite for certainty. The third was Rhee, and his glass was older, the kind that ripples the face and gives back not the shape you expect, but the truth of how candlelight sees you. "Truth with more than one door," William said, testing the phrase on his tongue. "Doesn't that turn a man into a hallway?" "It turns him into a house," Rhee answered, calm. "Halls are for passing. Houses are for staying. Put a bench by each door. Let your enemies sit if they come in from the rain." The line landed between them without contest. Even Roland allowed it to sit, like a guest who arrived without knocking and somehow belonged. They walked the wall, careful of loose stones. A quiet shock waited there, set among the lichen and the stubborn weeds, a horseshoe, bent and blackened, tucked into the crevice as if it had grown there. William pried it loose. It was warm from the sun that had barely bothered with the field. On its curve, a notch, a mark he knew. Not his, no, but kin to it. A smith's flourish he had seen once at Pembroke. "Trade runs longer than anger," Rhee said softly, seeing the recognition. "Smiths teach each other more than swords do. We borrowed tricks the way bees borrow gardens." William turned the shoe in his hand. He thought of how the iron had been heated, hammered, plunged. He thought of Eleanor's garden beds, how she coaxed tomatoes from earth that had once preferred rocks. He thought of the boy in the stolen wagon rumor, chewing fear beside a hedge. The world's borders went on arguing. Meanwhile, hands learned each other's work. Back in camp, the drill master began his calls. Men formed ranks without stinginess in their posture. They gave themselves to the motions as one gives the body to a long walk. William and Roland joined, but kept to the edge. Captains, learning the men's breathing, not testing their patience. Thomas stood with the others his age, chin slightly high. Rhee sat his pony near the gate, a watcher who honored the work by not interrupting it. "Shield," the master called, and 100 arms rose like a new horizon. Lower. And it fell with a sigh that could have been the sea. The rhythm settled them. It also exposed, to a careful eye, the places where fear had lodged. A tremor where a forearm met a strap. A blink held too long between steps. Mirrors everywhere. Discipline shows you what you didn't know you were wearing. Afterward, William inspected the men's buckles, a habit that disguised concern as craft. At the third rank, he paused. A strap had been stitched with surprising neatness. The thread, though, was wrong. Too pale, too fine. He rubbed it with his thumb and it softened, like a secret admitting itself. "Whose work?" he asked. Thomas cleared his throat. "Mine, sir." "From where did you find linen thread?" Thomas hesitated, then reached beneath his own collar and drew out a narrow strip, cut with care from the inner facing. "From my spare," he said. "It will hold. Linen listens." Roland coughed in the general direction of pride and turned away to keep it from showing. William nodded once. "See that it listens to you again if it frays," he said. It was permission disguised as order, and Thomas accepted it as if it were praise enough to last until winter. Toward midday, Mortimer's summons came. A small council in the great hall. The room had the ambition of stone, which is to live longer than the men who ask it to. Maps lay under weights, knife hilts, salt cups, a smooth river rock someone could not bear to throw away. The talk was practical. Scouts, supply, a bend in the river that promised either ambush or mercy, depending on one's hour of arrival. Ree stood at the edge of the meeting, like a shadow that had been invited to sit. When asked, he spoke in lines that sounded like weather. "If the wind is from the west, the ravens lift from the birches before the ridge," he said. "If the wind is from the east, they wait. They like to see who arrives late." The men glanced at one another, amused and then, belatedly, attentive. Mortimer, who respected any language that moved soldiers where they needed to be, nodded. Someone wrote, "Ravens," and underlined it twice, as if birds could be made subordinate by ink. When the council ended, William found Ree by the stairs, where a slit of a window allowed the light to draw a narrow blade on the floor. "You speak as if the hill were a neighbor." "It is," Ree said. "We marked the same height on our children's door frames." He tapped the stone with his knuckle. 1, 2, like a father calling the house to supper. "It grew with us." We did not ask it to kneel on the way out. A boy with a tray of apples stumbled, and one apple elected freedom, rolling the length of the hall as if auditioning for legend. Roland chased it with the dignity of a man pretending not to chase fruit and trapped it against the wainscot with his boot. He set it back on the tray and bowed to it. "Sir Apple," he said, solemn as a judge. The boy laughed until he remembered he was carrying provisions, then stood straighter by an inch. Outside, clouds gathered with the manners of guests who ride ahead to say they will be early. A wind from the north came down with a hand on the back of the neck, not cruel, just persuasive. Men tightened their cloaks. Someone began a song softly, one of those tunes whose words redress themselves with each generation. The verse landed where it was needed and did not insist on being finished. In the lull before afternoon work, William sat with Roland and Ree near the stable wall. The cat from 2 days before arranged itself on the warm stone and blinked as if it had invented ease. Roland unscrewed a small wooden tube he kept hidden in his belt, a penny whistle, barely a whisper of an instrument, and blew a note so thin the air seemed to smile at it. The tune was simple, laced with memory, and the pony cocked an ear as if to argue and then, magnanimously, did not. "You play?" William asked, surprised in the kind way. "Badly," Roland said. "It keeps a man honest when he tries something he cannot win." He handed it to Thomas, who blew a breath and made nothing of it, a soft reed's refusal. He tried again, patient, and this time the note held. "That's it," Roland said, convinced the air it already wanted to sing. Another mirror. In the boy's concentration, William recognized his own, a practice of returning, of asking again without haste. If leadership had a music, perhaps it began on such small pipes. A courier arrived near the hour of none with news that was not bad so much as abrupt. The northern column had moved sooner than planned. It was not yet a summons. It was a nudge from the table of larger outcomes. Mortimer adjusted timings, the way a careful cook adjusts a fire when guests come hungry and late. Plans are recipes that never write their endings. In the settling of the new schedule, William stepped aside with Ree near the gate, where wagon ruts held yesterday's water. "If we are pushed to the ridge at twilight," William said, "you will show me the rock that does not look like itself." Ree's mouth tucked into an almost smile. "There are 3 of those," he said. "I'll show you the one that keeps secrets kindly." "And if men with bright opinions argue from the back ranks?" Ree shrugged. "Let them. Hills have a way of making every man speak the volume he can carry." It was then the gentle shock arrived, and it wore its shoes quietly. Ree held out a small pouch and asked William to keep it until evening. "What is it?" William said. "Names," Ree replied. William opened the mouth of the pouch and looked in. Not coins, not herbs. Small wooden slips, each scratched with a mark. Some crosses, some spirals, some plain as fence posts. "Children?" he asked, throat tightening, though he did not plan it. "From the valley," Ree said. "Mothers who asked someone, anyone, to carry their children's names where Steele would notice. If I die, let a captain live, and let him remember them aloud." He touched the pouch with a single finger, not possessively, but as a man touches a door he is about to leave through. Names keep shape better when 2 people carry them. William closed the pouch and tied it near his heart, beside Eleanor's letter. The weight was no weight at all, and yet it altered his balance. Mirrors again. He had come to this country to fight a prince who called himself sovereign. He now carried the chalk strokes of children who called themselves future. He could not promise them anything, but he could remember them. Sometimes that is the first promise and the last one that keeps. Evening found the camp modestly restless, like a room that has been tidied but expects guests who will move the chairs. William wrote a short line to Eleanor. "The rosemary keeps steady. I am wearing your quiet." He did not write of wooden slips or ravens or rocks that keep secrets. He wrote of ordinary rooms and the cat that won the shade, because love too needs mirrors that show a face as it wishes to be seen after a long day. He sealed it with the nut-brown wax. Thomas would carry it to the steward's pouch, which was a kind of harbor for words that needed a ship. Near the final meal, Roland sat with his penny whistle and tried a hymn he half remembered. He faltered on the 4th line and let it end there. "The tune has the good sense to stop before it forgets itself," he said, and nobody argued. Ree rolled his shoulders, the motion of a man telling his bones they are invited to the work. "If I say turn right, and your heart says left," he told William, "listen to your heart and then turn right. We will arrive together." "We will try," William said. "And if we do not?" "Then we will try again," Ree answered. "Hills forgive persistence." Night drew its shawl over the camp a second time, different in texture from the night before. Yesterday's silence had been a weight. Tonight's was a room with chairs set out and cups turned upright. The men felt it and eased in their backs, the way guests do when they trust the host's kettle. The sentries set their feet with a little ceremony, like actors striking the pose required by a familiar play. William stood once more by the horse lines, the old leather smell lifting like a harvest of patience. He looked from Roland to Thomas to Ree, and saw, in their several ways, himself, past present, hoped for. The boy's careful courage, the friend's wit against the cold, the guide's insistence that truth has more than one doorway. Mirrors, yes, but not for vanity, for alignment. A man must see where he is leaning if he hopes to stand a long time. He loosened his sword belt a notch. Breath came easier. He touched the pouch of names, and the letter, and the rosemary that was losing its voice but not its meaning. "Tomorrow," he said, but not to anyone in particular. The word made no promise of victory, only of arrival. Sometimes that is the braver vow. The wind turned a page in the hedges. Somewhere beyond the dark, ravens, bored with their own prophecy, settled in deeper. In the last of the light, William thought he saw the ridge shrug, as hills do when laughing at men who plan. He took no offense. He raised 2 fingers in a small salute to the landscape, as one neighbor to another, and turned back toward the lamps that would soon be trimmed low. 2 lives move side by side in slow harmony. The morning after the council unfolded with an almost domestic calm. Mist still clung to the edges of the fields, reluctant to leave, and men moved through the camp in ways that felt rehearsed, as though each small act, fetching water, feeding horses, adjusting straps, were a verse in a long, familiar hymn. In the midst of all this, Sir William began to notice the quiet parallels that linked one life to another, ties so soft they were often missed unless one slowed to see them. He watched Thomas polish a helm until it reflected his own young face back at him. At the same hour, on the far side of the yard, an older veteran, his beard gone almost white, did the same with his dented shield. One boy, one man, one beginning, one nearing the close. The rhythm of cloth on metal bound them together, as if the years between them were only another layer of polish. Roland arrived with his usual mutter about the porridge, though he ate it quickly enough. Nearby, another knight complained about the same stew, his words nearly identical. William caught the echo and thought, every man believes his discontent unique, but most of it rhymes. The camp itself seemed to breathe in a double line, pairs of men working, pairs of voices murmuring, pairs of boots crossing the same mud. After breakfast, the men were ordered to drill in the yard once more. William stood aside, observing not only their movements, but also their likenesses. One company lifted shields together, the sound of wood and iron falling in unison like a single door closing against the world. The archers notched arrows and drew, their cords tightening like the strings of a harp, each bow echoing the other. Even their sighs when the drill master corrected them carried the same tone, as if sighs themselves could be rehearsed. When the session ended, William walked with Roland toward the smithy. The air smelled of hot iron and wet ash, and sparks leapt like small stars every time the hammer struck. "Strange," Roland said, "how one man's labor becomes another's reflection. You hold a sword, I hold a shield, yet both ring with the same sound." William considered this. Perhaps men are never as different as they believe. Each action leaves a twin somewhere nearby. He thought of Eleanor, far away in Pembroke. At this very hour, she might be lifting water from the well as he lifted a helm, her arms aching as his shoulders did, her breath fogging the air as his did in Chester. The miles were many, yet the motions were kin. Later, as they walked the perimeter, Ree rode his pony beside them. He pointed out paths in the hills, but his eyes seemed far away. "My brother," he said suddenly, "tends sheep in the next valley. When I bend to lift a lamb, he does the same without knowing. When he trims wool, my fingers itch. We live in parallel, like ruts in a cart track. 2 wheels, 1 road, Roland chuckled. And if one wheel breaks, then the other feels the jolt, Ree replied simply. They paused at the hedgerow where the path forked. One trail led east toward farms, the other west toward the dark rise of the mountains. 2 choices, Roland said. Always 2. 2, William echoed, though he knew the army would choose the mountains soon enough. The east was safety, the west duty. Yet even here, the parallel pressed itself. 1 path for longing, 1 for obligation. Both true, both necessary. By mid-morning, a market stirred just beyond the walls. William allowed a small group of men to visit, to purchase supplies. He joined them, not as knight, but as observer. He saw pairs again. 2 sisters selling apples, their voices finishing one another's phrases. 2 old men leaning on canes, debating weather with identical frowns. 2 boys chasing the same dog in opposite directions, colliding and laughing as if they had planned it. Life itself seemed intent on reminding him that existence was rarely solitary. It moved in couples, in echoes, in mirrored gestures. He bought a loaf from the sisters, noting how one tied the cord around it while the other counted the coins. "We've done this since we were girls," they told him. "1 measures, 1 wraps. Father used to say a house stands longer when work is shared." William carried the bread back to camp and gave half to Roland, keeping the other for Thomas. He thought of the sisters' words long after the crust was gone. In the afternoon, the rain returned, thin but persistent. Men hurried to cover their armor, yet soon the drizzle became rhythm, drops tapping in harmony against helms and cloaks. Some cursed it, but others began to hum softly, their voices blending with the rain until complaint turned to a kind of music. Roland muttered, "We march under a choir of clouds." William only smiled. That evening, the chaplain gathered a few men for prayer. The candlelight flickered against the chapel's walls, casting pairs of shadows, 1 tall, 1 short, 1 bent, 1 upright. William noticed Thomas kneeling beside Roland, their outlines merging on the stone like father and son. He bowed his head and thought of how faith, too, traveled in parallels. Hope and fear, sin and grace, silence and song. After the prayer, as men settled by their fires, William sat beside Roland. "Do you see it?" he asked quietly. "See what?" Roland lifted his brow. "The parallels. The way every act reflects another. A boy polishing a helm, a veteran, a shield, 2 sisters selling bread. Even our fears, mirrored in another man's silence, Roland drank from his cup, considered. Maybe it's only that we notice more when the hour is heavy. A man waiting for war looks harder at everything, and when you look hard, you find echoes. Perhaps, William said, but in his heart he felt the weight of it more deeply. If lives moved in parallels, then every man lost would be mirrored by another who grieved. Every act of kindness found its twin somewhere. Every longing had an echo. It was both comfort and warning. Before sleep, William walked the perimeter once more. The fires burned low, their glow doubled in puddles on the ground. He saw men sleeping in pairs, cloaks spread like wings over shoulders. He saw 2 sentries at the gate, standing side by side, their spears pointed toward the dark. Parallel lines, steady against the unknown. He paused, breathing the damp air, and pressed the pouch of children's names against his chest. 2 wheels, 1 road, he murmured. Ree's phrase fit here as well. His own life moved alongside Eleanor's, across distance but never apart. His men's lives moved beside each other, even in fear, and perhaps in some way his own road ran parallel to those he fought. Different songs, same breath. The thought stilled him, not in confusion, but in quiet awe. Parallels stitched the world together. Even war, for all its cruelty, could not tear those seams entirely. Small mercies shine brighter in a weary camp. Morning broke under a sky that could not decide between gray and blue. A faint wind tugged at the camp banners, pulling them this way and that, as if even the air were uncertain of its loyalties. The men rose slowly, bodies sore from drill and damp nights, yet they went about their duties with the practiced rhythm of those who have no choice but to continue. Sir William, as was his habit, walked among them, not inspecting in the harsh sense, but observing as one who listens for notes in a familiar song. It was then he began to notice the smallest gestures, the quiet mercies that, though hardly remarkable in a chronicle, carried weight enough to shape the heart of an army. At one fire, a soldier split his loaf of bread evenly, offering half to the boy beside him, whose ration had been overlooked. The boy, embarrassed, tried to refuse, but the soldier pressed it into his hand with a gruff, "Eat." The kindness was disguised as order, but William saw the truth of it. He made no comment. Sometimes kindness shrinks if it thinks itself observed. Nearby, Thomas was tending to a man's torn boot, stitching with care. The leather was stiff, resisting him, but he coaxed it the way a gardener coaxes a plant into shape. "If the boot walks, the man walks," Thomas murmured. William smiled to himself at the boy's simple wisdom. The boot, when returned, would not win any beauty, but it would hold its shape long enough for the miles ahead. Roland, too, displayed his mercy, though he would have denied it. He was teasing a nervous recruit, speaking of mountain demons with exaggerated gestures. The recruit's eyes grew wide, until Roland suddenly laughed, clapped him on the shoulder, and handed him a strip of dried meat. "Better than fear," Roland said. "Chew this." The boy laughed in relief, and the fear slipped away for a little while. Later, William visited the armory. There, he found the smith repairing a dented helm. The man, broad and scarred, worked with such gentleness it seemed almost a contradiction. Each strike of the hammer was measured, not violent. The metal coaxed into smoothness rather than forced. "Every helm has a story," the smith said quietly, perhaps more to himself than to William. "If I mend it well, the man inside may live to tell it." It was a craftsman's kindness, one that saved lives without ever lifting a sword. In the chapel, the chaplain gave a blessing to a soldier who had lost 2 fingers years before. The man knelt awkwardly, unsure of his worthiness, but the chaplain placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "The Lord counts your courage, not your fingers." The soldier rose straighter, his eyes wet but not ashamed. William felt the words settle over him as well. By midday, the market stirred again outside the walls. William allowed Thomas to accompany him. The stalls were busy with merchants selling apples, honey, coarse wool, and charms of dubious merit. At one table, a woman pressed a sprig of thyme into Thomas's hand. "For courage," she said softly. She asked no payment. Thomas tucked it into his pouch, his face glowing with the weight of having been noticed. William himself purchased nothing, but he gave a coin to a barefoot child who darted through the stalls. The boy ran off, laughing, not because of the coin, but because someone had acknowledged him. William thought of Eleanor then, and how she, too, believed that seeing someone fully was itself a kindness. In the afternoon, rain threatened, but held back, the sky heavy with its own indecision. The men returned to drill, their movements slower from weariness. William noticed one man falter, his arm trembling under the weight of his shield. Before he could speak, another stepped beside him, raising his own shield higher to cover them both. Nothing was said. When the drill ended, the two men walked away together, silent, but bound now by that simple act of shared burden. Roland joined William as they watched. "It is a strange thing," Roland said. "The smallest kindness can steady a man more than all the speeches in the world." "Kindness," William replied, "is the only strength that multiplies when—" Divided Roland raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He understood. Evening drew near, and the fires were lit. Supper was stew again, thin but warm. William took his bowl and sat among his men rather than apart. He listened to their talk, low, ordinary, comforting in its plainness. They spoke of home, of rivers and fields, of women they loved and bread they missed. The words were not remarkable, but their sharing was. Each man offered his memory like a coin to a common purse. As the meal ended, William stood to speak, though he kept his words brief. "The Welsh know the mountains," he said. "They will test us with fire and stone. But what they do not know is this: kindness holds us together. They may strike, but they cannot scatter what is bound by mercy." The men nodded, some smiling faintly, and the mood of the camp lightened. That night, before sleep, William walked the perimeter. The sentries greeted him softly, their torches glowing like watchful stars. At the far edge, he paused, looking west toward the hills. He thought of the pouch of children's names at his chest, of Eleanor's note, of the time in Thomas's pouch. Each was a kindness, small in size but large in weight. In the hush of the night, he realized that kindness was not weakness. It was a weapon of its own, one that required no sharpening, no forge, no oil. It moved quietly, binding men in ways no chain could. It was the true shield they carried, stronger than iron. An open door softens rules once held tight. The morning that followed felt deceptively calm. The sun rose pale through a veil of thin cloud, casting no strong shadows, as if it wished not to disturb the uneasy balance of the camp. Men moved more briskly now, not because they were better rested, but because they sensed the time for rest was narrowing. It was as though the air itself held its breath. Sir William noticed the shift immediately. Yesterday the men had spoken freely, their laughter and stories rising with the smoke of the fires. Today their words carried less weight, fewer syllables, and often trailed off into silence. Even their movements, tying straps, adjusting cloaks, sharpening blades, seemed charged with a nervous economy. Every gesture had an edge, as if it were being counted and measured by an unseen judge. Roland was the first to name it aloud. "The quiet before a storm, William. A man may not know when lightning will strike, but he can feel the heaviness in the sky." William nodded. "Yes, it is the silence of doors left half open. Not dangerous by themselves, but inviting what waits beyond." That morning, Mortimer gathered the captains in the great hall. His tone was steady, but his words revealed the truth. Scouts had reported Welsh forces moving more boldly along the ridges, shadowing the English columns. No direct attack yet, but the pattern was clear. "They test us," Mortimer said. "Every path, every pause. They know our eyes are watching, but still they draw nearer." He pointed to the map with its smudged lines of river and hill. "We will march sooner than planned. Delay invites disaster." The captains dispersed quickly, their faces tight. William lingered for a moment, looking at the map after the others had gone. The ink marks seemed too small to hold the weight of hundreds of lives. One careless line, one misjudged turn, and all the order of the camp could collapse. He closed his eyes briefly, pressing the pouch of children's names against his chest. He carried more than steel into this fight. Back outside, the men prepared for departure. Armor was checked and rechecked, provisions strapped onto wagons, horses saddled with the precision of habit. Yet beneath the rhythm of preparation pulsed a restless energy, like water building behind a dam. The men were not speaking of fear, but they carried it plainly in their posture. The set of shoulders too stiff, the laughter that ended too soon. Thomas came to William with a question. "Sir, when do you think they will strike?" William looked at the boy's face, still soft with youth but hardened by responsibility. He did not answer directly. "Fear is always early," he said gently. "Battle arrives when it chooses. Do not meet fear before its time." Thomas nodded, though the line between his brows remained. By mid-morning, they marched out of Chester's gates. The city, once bustling with markets and chatter, now seemed to watch them depart in solemnity. Families lined the streets, offering blessings, small tokens, and hurried embraces. William saw one mother press a sprig of heather into her son's hand. Another whispered into her husband's ear with such intensity that he flinched as though struck. Ordinary people were opening the most private doors of their hearts, offering whatever strength they could in parting. The column stretched long down the Roman road. Banners stirred in the cool wind, bright against the gray sky. Men-at-arms trudged forward in even steps, the clink of mail and the thud of boots forming a somber music. It was not yet battle, but it was no longer peace. William rode near the front with Roland and Ree. The Welsh guide pointed out paths vanishing into the hills. "They watch," he said simply. "You will not see them, but they are there." Roland muttered, "I'd rather face a man who shouts than one who waits in silence." "Waiting is its own weapon," Ree replied. "It wears a man thin before the blade touches him." The day's march was uneventful on the surface. No ambush, no clash of steel. But the signs grew clearer. A smoke column in the distance that vanished too quickly. Tracks along the muddy verge of the road, lighter than a full company, heavier than a farmer's cart. Once, a broken spear was found leaning against a tree, its wood fresh, as if left behind on purpose. The men exchanged glances, but said nothing. William felt it too. These were not accidents. They were invitations, open doors left ajar by an enemy who wanted the English to peer into them, to imagine what lay behind. It was a dangerous game. Fear thrives on imagination more than on fact. By late afternoon, the column halted at a clearing to make camp. The ground was damp, but defensible. Fires were lit carefully, with scouts posted at double distance. The men ate in silence, their bowls of stew held close, their eyes on the darkening tree line. William sat with Roland and Geoffrey. "It is like listening for a song you cannot hear," Geoffrey said quietly. "You know the melody is there, but the notes hide in the silence." Roland stabbed at his meat with unnecessary force. "Let them sing then. This waiting gnaws worse than hunger." William stirred his bowl slowly. "They are singing, Roland. We are simply not meant to know the words yet." That night, the tension reached its sharpest pitch. A sentry's cry rang out near midnight. Movement at the edge of camp. Men leapt to arms, shields raised, arrows nocked. But when the patrol returned, they reported only shadows and whispers. No clash, no enemy. The camp did not settle easily afterward. Sleep came in fragments, broken by every rustle, every sigh of wind in the trees. William lay awake, listening. He thought of how the Welsh pressed not by blade, but by silence, forcing the English to bear the weight of doors half open. He knew this too, was part of war. Not just the clash of armies, but the erosion of nerves, the fraying of certainty. Near dawn, Roland joined him at the perimeter. Another night wasted, Roland muttered. Not wasted, William said. Survived. And with that, the two men stood quietly, side by side, watching the east grow pale. The day would bring more waiting, more doors left ajar, but it would also bring the chance to step through them, to meet what lay beyond with steadiness. Beneath calm waters, unseen tides begin to move. The next day dawned with a deceptive stillness. Mist lay heavy in the hollows, and the air carried the cool scent of damp leaves. To the untrained eye, the world seemed at peace. Birds darted through the hedges, their calls untroubled, and the men stirred to their ordinary tasks, collecting firewood, checking tack, tightening belts. Yet William felt it almost immediately. Something beneath the surface had shifted. It was not visible, but it pressed against his senses like the faint pull of an unseen tide. Hidden currents were stirring. At first, the signs were subtle. A stream the company crossed ran higher than expected, fed by rains they had not seen. The water tugged at their boots with surprising force, as if eager to remind them how quickly the familiar could turn treacherous. Harmless, Roland muttered as he steadied his destrier midstream. But William thought of how armies, like rivers, are undone not by one surge, but by the steady pressure of hidden flow. By mid-morning, the scouts reported smoke columns again. Several. This time, curling from distant ridges, too many for farmsteads alone. Signals, Ree observed. His voice carried no fear, only certainty. They call to each other, though we do not yet know what answer they expect. Mortimer listened with narrowed eyes. Then we quicken the march. Better to move under weight than to sit under shadow orders were given, and the column pressed forward. The road narrowed, hedged by steep banks overgrown with bramble. The men walked two abreast, shields tight against shoulders. Conversation dwindled. Horses snorted uneasily, their ears twitching toward noises only they seemed to hear. William kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, though he knew drawing it too soon would weary his men's nerves. Better to wait. It was near noon when they found the carcass. A horse left to rot beside the track, its flank marked with cuts not from battle, but from deliberate knives. Flies clouded above it, a buzzing pall. Some men recoiled, others crossed themselves. William studied it without flinching. A message, he said softly, left for us to read. Roland grimaced. What does it say? That they are near, William replied, and that they want us to know it. The column moved on, but unease rippled through the ranks. The Welsh had revealed themselves not by presence, but by reminder. Even in absence, they could command fear. The hidden current grew stronger. Later that day, the quartermaster discovered a wagon wheel cracked along its rim. Not yet broken, but strained enough to make every mile a gamble. Repairs were attempted, but progress slowed. Men began to glance at the tree line more often, as if waiting for the enemy to seize upon the weakness. The wheel was patched, but William knew the damage ran deeper. Confidence was a fragile cargo. Once cracked, it rarely held the same strength. That evening, camp was made near a small lake, its surface dark and still as polished stone. The men moved efficiently, yet their movements carried an edge. Tents pitched with extra speed, fires built lower than usual, sentries posted farther than before. William sat with Ree by the water's edge. The guide skimmed a pebble across the lake, watching the ripples spread. The Welsh are not only soldiers, Ree said, they are listeners. They let the land speak for them. Every track, every echo, every carcass left on a road, these are their words. You are only beginning to hear their sentences. William considered this. Then what is their meaning tonight? Ree tossed another stone, smaller, lighter. It skipped farther before vanishing, that we are surrounded by words too large to fit in our ears. Later, when the men ate their supper, bread gone harder now, stew thinner, Roland leaned close to William. If they mean to attack, why wait? Because the current grows strongest when unseen, William replied. They want us weary. They want our nerves to betray us before our swords do. That night, the unease sharpened. Twice, the sentries challenged shadows that dissolved into nothing. Once, an arrow was found lodged in a tree just beyond the camp's edge. No attacker, no trail. Only the arrow. A reminder. A warning, Geoffrey muttered, holding it up to the firelight. Its fletching was red, dyed with some crude pigment. Men whispered about it long after it was removed. William gathered his company near the embers of the largest fire. He did not raise his voice. He spoke in steady tones meant to carry calm. You are right to feel the weight of silence. You are right to know the enemy is near. But fear spends strength before it is needed. Save your strength. Let them find you steady, not shaken. Some nodded. Others stared into the dark, their eyes wide. William knew his words were no cure, but perhaps they were a small anchor against the unseen tide. As midnight approached, rain began again, light at first, then steady. It drummed against canvas, blurred the torches, and muffled the night. William lay awake in his tent, the pouch of names pressed against his chest, Eleanor's letter beside it. The rain's rhythm mingled with his heartbeat, each drop a reminder that unseen currents shape even the hardest stone in time. He thought of the horse carcass, of the broken wheel, of the arrow dyed red, each a ripple, each a sign. He wondered how long before the ripples broke into waves. Fog lays a hand across the path and asks for patience. The fog arrived without ceremony, as modest things often do. First a whitening in the hedges, then a breath along the ditch, and finally a gauze pulled over the entire morning so evenly that color itself forgot its work. It did not roll or pour. It simply settled, the way a grandmother settles a quilt across sleeping knees. If thunder is a king, fog is a kind aunt. It makes no speeches. It asks, gently, that you slow your feet. Sir William stepped from his tent and found the world close and undecided. Shapes existed only as hints. A spear became a tall reed. A horse diminished to the sound of a slow jaw and the brush of tail against flank. Firelight dwindled to a dull coin in the hand of the mist. Men learned their own outlines again by trial, as if the morning had erased them and waited to see which parts they would choose to redraw. Some days, Roland said nearby, voice soft as boot leather, the road refuses to be seen. He was tying his cloak by touch. It's a kind refusal, I suppose. Rode out of the white in the easy manner of someone on visiting terms with weather. The pony's breath made quick roses that bloomed and vanished. This valley's way, the guide said, patting the neck that listened to fog like a priest to confession. When the sea pulls its blanket up, the hills remember to whisper. Mortimer ordered no unnecessary motion until visibility improved. We're guests here, he said to the captains, all of them reduced by the mist to patient silhouettes. Guests don't move chairs before they learn the room. So the camp entered a long pause that was neither idleness nor rest. Men sharpened blades with slow strokes, not because the steel demanded it, but because the hand did. Others rewound straps, counted arrows, counted again. The chaplain's candle kept a tidy flame close to its wick, as if even light remembered its manners. Thomas appeared at William's elbow, with a cup that steamed like a faithful kettle. "Spiced ale, sir," he said, careful not to spill warmth into the fog. Cook says it's for courage, but I think he means circulation. William took the cup and let its heat choose a home in his fingers. Courage travels where it's welcome, he said, and Thomas nodded as if the line might be useful later. Silence in fog is not exactly silence. It is sound slow roasting. A hammer tap from the armory arrived softened, as though wrapped for travel. The distant cough of a horse came filtered through cloth. Even complaint lost its edges and could be overheard without offense. Men spoke in low tones, and their words slipped only a little beyond their lips before deciding to stay. The army felt nearer to itself, not by closeness, but by carefulness. By mid-morning, the white deepened to pearl. The world thinned to the length of a wagon pole, and beyond it, invention took the place of sight. Mortimer paced a narrow path between tents, boots dark with damp, and halted where William and Roland stood with Ree. "We'll treat this as a wall," he said. "Not made by men, but effective. If the enemy is wise, they will wait on the far side and let us walk into our own uncertainty." "Walls take doors," Roland ventured. "Do we have any?" "2," Ree said, raising 2 fingers from the reins. "Patience for the one, time for the other." He grinned at his own thrift and then pursed his lips. "There's also a hedge gap north, a sheep path, but a path that admits sheep is choosy about men. Send a pair," Mortimer decided. "Not for glory, only for the feel of it. If the hedge minds them, they return. If it forgives them, we widen the gap with care." William chose the pair, one veteran with the habit of walking quieter than his size, one young man whose gift was remembering where his feet had been. He briefed them in a few short lines, the kind that fit in the fog's small pocket. "Go like you're delivering sleep," he said. "If something wakes, offer your apology and come home." They slipped into the Pearl and were gone. The camp resumed its soft industry. A cat, not the stable wall cat, a different one with wider opinions, materialized at William's boots as though the fog had decided to try a new shape. It sat, then turned in the thoughtful way of those who approve of a place before committing to it. Roland looked down at it with the respect we offer creatures too independent to be merely pets. "Fog makes diplomats of cats," he said. "All lines are suggestions." "Like maps in rain," William replied. He remembered the horse left in warning days earlier, and the arrow dyed red. Messages thrived on edges. Fog blurred them. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps it was a different kind of test. An hour stretched its legs. The pair returned, big man first, boy second, both carrying their news with the tact of men bringing a sleeping child through a threshold. "Gap holds," the veteran said. "Hedge is thorned, but it argues and then allows." "Tracks?" William asked. "Plenty," the boy answered. "Old and not old. Bare soles, soft shoes, a goat that doubted the plan and then cooperated. No armor marks, no fresh ash." He paused. "Smell of milk, sir?" Ree's eyes warmed. "A dairy close by," he said. "Fog lets you drink with your nose." Mortimer considered. "We take the gap," he decided, "but not as a column. We pass in threads, weave again beyond the hedge." The order moved out by whisper. Men shouldered gear, canvas shrugged, buckles found their true holes. The camp became a classroom changing lessons without scraping chairs. At the hedge, the fog felt thicker, like bread at the center of a loaf. Thorns took their toll. Their argument was honest, their bite brief. William pressed through, felt the small sting in his forearm, and put his sleeve down without looking to see the bead of blood. Some truths do not need witness. On the far side, the fog loosened by a fraction, enough to reveal a low field dotted with docks and sorrel and the ghosts of hooves. Beyond it rose a line of ash trees, their trunks standing as spare elders in a chapel of white. They fanned out quietly, 3 files becoming 5, then 1 again, the way a stream divides around stones and returns to itself without comment. Ree led at an angle that made no immediate sense, but soon delivered them to a cattle lane, a dark groove in the grass where feet had argued in one direction for years, and the earth had finally agreed. William lifted his hand. Halt. The gesture's edge softened by fog, but understood. He listened. No birds, not exactly. Instead, the faint tick of a fence wire, a sound that exists only because fog insists on hearing it. He drew a slower breath and let the air write its little sermon in his lungs. Patience, placement, proportion. At the lane's bend, the mist thinned like old muslin and revealed a milk shed, a narrow timber structure with a roof that remembered better seasons. A door stood ajar. In any other weather, it would have seemed ordinary. Today, it felt like a face with one eye open. Roland's fingers flicked query. William nodded, and they moved in that balanced way of men who have practiced all the wrong approaches, often enough to prefer the right one. Inside, the room held the smell of animal and soap, a domestic truce. A pail stood where it had been set with more hope than discipline. A stool waited beside it with the patience possessed only by objects that exist for one purpose. On a beam, someone had pressed a row of wildflowers flat under a strap of waste leather, as if preparing to teach the fog about color later. No bodies, no weapons, only living done recently, and paused. See? Ree whispered, pointing with his chin. In the corner, shoes, small ones, caked and drying. 2 pairs. William counted, because counting was a way to pray. They left the shed as they had entered it, owning nothing, disturbing less. Outside, the fog shifted again, and a shape emerged from the ash line. A woman, straight as a fence post, a scarf dark with damp. Beside her, a child whose hand kept its treaty with the mother's. They stopped when they saw the men, not with panic, rather with the guarded resignation of people who have already calculated several outcomes and set their faces to survive all of them. William lifted both hands to the open, palms forward, the sign that does not belong to nations. He lowered his voice until it could not possibly carry farther than the 2 for whom it was meant. "Good morning," he said, as if weather were the first business. The woman studied them with a practicality that would have suited any courtroom. Her gaze moved from William to Roland to Ree. When it reached the guide, it paused a fraction. Recognition, then a small flame of disapproval banked with a larger fuel of necessity. "Ree ap Talfrin," she said, "still leading strangers where they do not belong?" Ree took his hat in his hands, which in fog read as devotion. "Only where their feet are already pointed," he answered gently. "Karis, you know I'd sooner lead them off the cliff than into your yard." "You'd sooner lead them to the cliff," she corrected, but the edge in her tone dulled as she looked down at the child, who was busy deciding whether soldiers' boots were shoes or small houses. "You'll not find men here," she said to William. "Only milk and minutes." "We hope to borrow both," William answered, and then amended himself. "The minutes more than the milk." He felt the pouch of names under his tunic and did not touch it. This was a different sort of gate, and he did not wish to rattle it. She weighed this, understood something of the shape of the request, and then nodded at the lane. "You'll pass west by the old quarry," she said. "The ground there eats hooves if you hurry it. Don't. The ridge holds above it. Your men will want to climb for the view. Don't. Views are for those who already own the land beneath them. William accepted the counsel the way a parched man accepts a cup. And the other thing, the thing we do not see? Karis's mouth twitched in a ghost of almost kindness. Fog keeps secrets kindly, she said, repeating Rhee's line from nights ago as if it had lived here long before he borrowed it. But it keeps them for both sides. Don't assume what you don't hear is yours. She shifted the basket on her hip, the kind of motion a body makes while thinking, and then did something unexpected. From beneath the cloth, she drew 2 small rounds of cheese, pale as moons, and pressed them toward Thomas, who had stayed a respectful few paces back, as if caught between childhood and adulthood. For the boy, she said. If he is not a boy, forgive me. The fog makes us all younger. Thomas stammered his thanks. Karis looked past him to Roland and then to William. Leave my gate as you found it, she said, and then the smallest shrug. Better if you can. They did better. William set a loose stone back into the wall with a care he reserved for letters. Roland untangled a thorn that had threaded itself into the latch. Rhee, without comment, left the shed door more closed than it had been, a courtesy that reads as privacy in any weather. When they looked back, the woman and child had thinned to suggestion and then to belief. The lane west proved narrow enough to teach humility. The fog rose and sank in slow tides, revealing only as much hill as a man deserved in the step he was taking. A felled ash lay across a drainage that pretended to be ditch and was in fact a persuasion of mud. One by one they crossed the trunk, each man discovering his balance anew. Roland, mid-span, paused to deliver 2 notes on his penny whistle. Just air and the idea of tune, and the sound drifted without landing, like a question that forgives you for not answering. Beyond the drainage, the quarry's lip appeared, an old bite in the earth filled now with sedge and secrets. Rhee raised a hand, and their pace fell into that particular quiet, taught by places that remember collapse. The ground indeed ate hooves if hurried. They obliged it with slowness. Where the track narrowed to a page margin between stone and bog, William sent men in singles, shields riding thigh instead of shoulder, spears held low like canes. Progress measured itself in breaths rather than strides. It would have taken only 1 arrow to turn the page. None came. That absence was not relief. It was the particular pressure of a hand not lifted from your shoulder. The enemy is either merciful or busy, Roland murmured. Or watching a different door, William said. By the time the land widened and climbed into a stand of birch, the fog had thinned from cloth to silk. Leaves showed their pale backs, silver as fish, and somewhere out of sight, a raven made the conversational click that says more with a throat than words ever do. The company paused in a small bowl ringed by stone, a natural room where sound might curl up and drowse. Mortimer joined them there, his cloak salted with white. We will hold here until the light remembers its work, he said. Then we'll push to the next ridge. He glanced at William, then to Rhee. Any color from your ears? Milk to the east, bog to the west, a woman who dislikes soldiers with dignity. Rhee replied, We are being allowed to pass, my lord. I don't know if that's welcome or indictment. Mortimer's mouth thinned. Either can be a trap. He rubbed his knuckles as if asking his hands to argue. Still, note it. When we write about this in clearer ink, I'll want to remember the parts that didn't kill us. Camp became a hush within a hush. Fires were kept to the size of a hand. Men ate without reaching twice. Thomas broke the moons of cheese into sober quarters and passed them along the line in the order of need he had quietly learned. No toast was made. It is unkind to ask generosity to lift its voice when it has already lifted its weight. William walked the ring of birch and laid his palm to each trunk as if counting old acquaintances. He paused where the bowl tilted toward a slot of darker fog and listened, not to find, only to honor. He thought again of barriers and what they are made of: stone, law, fear, weather. Here, today, the barrier had been tenderness disguised as inconvenience. Fog had slowed iron, and in the slowing, the army had encountered a door held by a woman with a scarf and a child with a patient hand. That, too, was a strategy. Not the enemy's, perhaps, but the land's. Roland joined him and rested an elbow on his shield. "If you'd told me last year," he said, "that the steepest wall I'd meet would be made of wet air and a mother's stare, I'd have laughed." "You would have," William agreed, "and then you would have bought her cheese." Roland accepted the accuracy and, with a piece of the cheese still in his fingers, made a small salute toward the slot of fog. "To gates that aren't gates," he said, "and to passing through them without forgetting we did." In the late afternoon, the mist began to climb back into the leaves, leaving the floor to color again. Greens remembered themselves. Browns took their rightful quiet. The road ahead revealed only as much as was needed. No more, no bargain. Mortimer gave the signal, and the column rose with care, like men standing from pews so as not to wake a dozing child. They filed out of the birch room and onto the faint path that promised a ridge, and beyond it, the next decision. Before they left the bowl entirely, William looked once over his shoulder. The space was already repairing the disturbance of feet. Grass had begun to spring. The fog, thinner here, had draped itself along the lowest line like a shawl folded across the back of a chair. In another hour there would be no evidence they had ever paused. That, too, was mercy, a place returning to itself. Evening gathered with its unshowy skill. The men made camp on the lee side of a knuckled hill, tents staked in a curve that matched the slope's own idea of shelter. The chaplain set his candle on a stone and read a psalm in a tone that honored the day's slowness. Thomas, worn but satisfied by useful errands, dozed upright on a coiled rope like a sparrow on a fence. Roland polished the last of the birch dust from his vambrace, and then, because habit is a kind of prayer, played 3 quiet notes on the whistle and stopped before melody could wake anyone's ache. William wrote by the last of the light, "Eleanor, today the world refused to hurry us. We met a wall made of kindness and weather. It asked us to be smaller than our armor, gentler than our orders. We tried. I hope that counts for something." He sealed the scrap without wax. There would be time later, and tucked it near the pouch of names, which had warmed against him all day like a small animal resigned to a journey. Sentries took their places. The valley exhaled. Far off, a dog spoke 2 words to the night and then reconsidered conversation. The fog, not gone, had retreated only enough to listen. William lay down with the taste of milk and ash and time still ghosting his tongue and let his thoughts arrange themselves into the simple ledger of a soldier's mercy. We passed. We paid attention. We broke nothing we could not mend. Sleep came, not as conquest, but as permission. The barrier had not broken. It had opened and then closed behind them, tidy as a door that minds its hinges. Beyond it waited whatever tomorrow named. For tonight, the army had been taught how to move quietly through a room that was not theirs. Lessons like that hold. They lower the hand on the hilt. They lift the eye for signs other than steel. And in the last drift of sense before dreams, William understood the truest edge of the day's teaching. Some walls are not meant to be stormed. They are meant to be recognized, greeted, and passed with a bow. The land whispers warnings. No one dares ignore morning rose gray, with the sun caught behind a veil of drifting cloud. The fog of yesterday had lifted, yet it left its lesson behind, like a teacher stepping quietly from a room. The men moved with that new patience still in their limbs, though they knew patience would soon be tested. For all its gentleness, the land had begun to speak in ways more urgent, less forgiving. Its voice was quiet, but its message unmistakable. Something was near. Sir William stirred from his tent before the horn was sounded, his armor still damp where mist had crept into seams. Thomas was already awake, mending a strap by touch and candlelight. The boy glanced up, blinking, and offered the sort of smile that comes not from rest, but from duty remembered. William clapped a hand to his shoulder and left him to his work. Outside, he breathed deep the cold morning air, sharp with the scent of pine and the sour smoke of dying fires. The camp was slow to rouse, as though men feared the day would demand too much once fully awake. Roland broke the stillness with his usual mutter. Porridge again. The cook must believe oats can win wars, yet even his humor was subdued, his voice lower than usual, as if not to disturb whatever shadows still lingered at the edge of hearing. Ree approached, his pony's hooves making no sound on the damp earth. Tracks, he said simply. Fresh. North slope, men moving light. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, betrayed no surprise, only confirmation of what he had long expected. William's stomach tightened, though his face remained composed. How many? 6, maybe 8. Not a raid. Scouts. Scouts meant eyes, and eyes meant a larger body waiting beyond. When Mortimer heard, he frowned, his jaw set. They watch our measure. Let them see discipline then. No hurry, no stumble. We march as if we expect company, but do not fear it. And so the column prepared. Armor buckled with extra care, shields inspected, arrowheads tested against fingernails. These were not frantic gestures, but deliberate ones. A theater of readiness staged for an audience unseen, but surely watching. William moved among his men, noting the small details. A strap tightened, a spearhead reset, a whispered prayer offered with eyes closed. Each act, ordinary in itself, joined to form a chorus of resolve. As they marched from camp, the land grew restless around them. The forest pressed closer to the road, its shadows crowding nearer. Birds rose in sudden flocks, startled by movements the men could not see. Once, the echo of stone striking stone rolled across a ridge, too sharp to be accident. The men glanced upward, their shields shifting slightly as if to ward off the invisible. Roland leaned toward William. Echoes, he murmured, like voices trying out the hall before the sermon. William's hand touched the pouch of names beneath his tunic. He thought of Eleanor's letter, folded beside it, the ink still fresh enough to smear. He wondered if echoes could reach Pembroke, if her ears might ring faintly when the hills carried these sounds. He let the thought steady him. By midday, the column passed a ruined tower on a rise, a relic from some forgotten skirmish. Its stones lay scattered, moss creeping between them, but one wall still stood tall enough to cast a shadow across the road. Men looked up at it uneasily. Mortimer ordered a brief halt, sending William and a handful of knights to investigate. They climbed the slope in silence, boots sinking into damp moss. At the tower's base, they found no sign of recent occupation, only an owl's pellet and the faint trace of a campfire long cold. Yet the place carried weight, as though it remembered too vividly the violence that had torn it down. William ran his hand along the stone, cool beneath his gauntlet. Even ruins have echoes, he said quietly. On their return, Roland spat into the grass. Stone remembers better than men. That's its cruelty. The march resumed, slower now. The road narrowed further, twisting through ravines where sound carried strangely. The clink of mail seemed doubled, the snort of horses repeated as though ghosts traveled beside them. Every cough, every command came back twice, thinner and more strained, as if the hills were mocking them. At one bend, the echoes sharpened into something else, the faint rhythm of feet, not their own. The scouts fanned out, but found nothing, only the hollow laugh of their own movement returning to them. Still, the men tightened their ranks. For silence that returns, laughter is never trusted. Toward evening, the army reached a valley where two ridges leaned together like conspirators. It was a natural place to camp, yet also a place that carried unease. Fires were lit sparingly, their glow hidden as best as possible. The men ate quickly, stew and bread swallowed more for need than for comfort. Conversation was hushed, broken often by ears turning toward the hills. William gathered his company near their fire. "The land warns us," he said quietly. "Do not ignore it. But remember, echoes cannot harm us. They are voices without hands. Save your strength for what is flesh and steel." His men nodded, though unease remained. That night, as sentries walked their posts, the echoes deepened. Twice they heard the calls of owls, but too regular, too measured to be natural. Once, a rock tumbled down a slope, bouncing into the camp's outer ring, though no figure was seen above. The men whispered of spirits. William reminded them, firmly but gently, "Spirits do not carry spears." Sleep came in fragments, broken by the smallest sounds. William lay awake, listening to the hills converse. He thought again of Eleanor's steady voice, of Thomas's earnest questions, of Roland's muttered humor. All of them echoes in his heart, keeping him steady when the world outside tried to unnerve. Just before dawn, the wind shifted, carrying with it a faint smell of smoke. Not campfire smoke, but something harsher, sharper. William rose at once, sword in hand, though no alarm was sounded. The scouts returned with word. Another column, perhaps the northern force, had engaged the Welsh the day before. The wind had carried the remnants of that clash across the ridges. Mortimer listened, then said only, "So the storm moves closer." The echoes had done their work. They had unsettled, warned, and prepared. Now, William knew, the true sound of steel could not be far. A quiet gesture unlocks more than steel can hold. The morning came pale, the kind of light that does not so much arrive as creep under the edge of the tent flap. Men rose stiffly, armor creaking like old timbers, and went about their duties with the hushed economy of a household where someone is ill in the next room. Even the horses seemed subdued, stamping less, tossing their heads only once before settling into the rhythm of preparation. The storm still had not broken, but all knew it was near. Sir William stepped into the cold air and found Thomas already waiting with his sword belt. The boy's eyes were shadowed from a restless night, yet his hands moved steady. "You'll want the strap tighter," Thomas said softly, fastening it one notch closer. William nodded without correction. The boy was right. A small thing, almost nothing. Yet William felt it like a key turned in a lock, a gesture opening trust between them. Later, as the column formed, William rode near Roland. The older knight had always favored blunt speech, but today even his words carried a kind of carefulness. "Strange," Roland said, gazing at the line of men ahead. "How one look, one word, can brace a man better than iron." He tilted his chin toward a soldier who had paused to lace his boot. Another man had knelt to help him, though he might have marched on. No command had ordered it, but the act unlocked something in those who saw it. Shoulders straightened, steps steadied. The land remained uneasy. Clouds hung low, a bruised ceiling over the valley, and the trees seemed to lean inward as though listening. At one bend of the road, a shepherd appeared on the slope, crook in hand, his flock behind him. He could have turned away. Instead, he lifted his staff in greeting, a plain acknowledgement. The men answered with a ragged cheer, the first sound of warmth the valley had heard all morning. That shepherd's nod was another key, turning a lock that fear had nearly sealed shut. By midday, the army reached a ford where the river widened and slowed. The water was shallow, but the stones beneath were slick. Crossing in full armor was no small risk. William rode to the edge, studying the current. "One slip," Roland muttered, "and a man drowns under his own mail." William considered this, then swung down from his horse. Without hesitation, he waded in first, boots sinking, water tugging at his thighs. He moved carefully, step by step, until he stood midway. Turning, he raised his hand. "This way," he called. The act was simple, but it was key-shaped. The men saw their commander go first, felt the river made passable by his choice. One by one they followed, steadier now, each step falling into the groove he had cut. When William reached the far bank, dripping and chilled, Roland grinned at him. "You've gone and unlocked them," he said. William only shrugged, but in his chest he felt the tumblers shift. That evening, camp was made on a shelf of land overlooking the valley. Fires were lit sparingly. The men ate their bread and meat in silence, broken only by the occasional cough. William sat apart for a while, staring at the horizon where the clouds pressed darker. Then he rose and walked among the fires. At one, he found two men arguing over a waterskin. Without a word, he unslung his own and handed it to them. They blinked at him, surprised, then drank, their quarrel forgotten. Another key turned. Roland joined him as he moved on. "You keep giving away what you need," Roland said, not reproachfully, but as one stating fact. "Perhaps," William answered, "but every gift is a lock eased. And tomorrow, when the gates of fear swing wide, we'll need all the open doors we can find." Near midnight, Mortimer summoned the captains. His face, worn and grim, bore lines deepened by worry. "We march at dawn," he said. "The Welsh gather in greater numbers." The time for waiting is past. His words were heavy, yet he added one thing more. "Your men have held. That matters. Locks yield more easily to hands that do not tremble." William returned to his fire where Thomas dozed, the pouch of children's names tucked beneath his own cloak. William touched it briefly, thinking of Eleanor, of the life he had left in Pembroke, of the countless lives gathered under his command. So many locks, so many keys. And yet he felt, not certainty, but readiness, as if each act of trust, each gesture of mercy, had turned the tumblers of a larger lock. When he finally lay down, he heard not only the sigh of the wind, but the softer sound of men breathing evenly around him. For all the waiting, for all the echoes, the barrier of fear had shifted. Doors once closed had opened, quietly, one by one. Silence shatters more deeply than the clash of arms. The dawn was reluctant, as if the sun itself feared to look upon the valley. A pale light seeped over the hills, casting the landscape in washed-out tones, and every man in the column felt the heaviness of it. The night had passed without alarm, yet sleep had done little to refresh them. Each carried not rest, but waiting, that peculiar fatigue sharpened by anticipation. Sir William walked among his men before the horn was sounded. He saw the pallor of their faces, the set of their jaws. Some whispered prayers. Others tightened straps they had already tightened twice. Roland muttered about the taste of cold bread, but his eyes moved constantly over the tree line, as if expecting it to split open at any moment. Even Thomas, usually bright with youth, was subdued, his hands busy, but his gaze distracted. When the march began, the air itself seemed to hold back. Birds did not sing. The wind barely stirred. The only sounds were the creak of leather, the clink of steel, the muted thud of boots on damp earth. The silence was so complete it pressed into the men's ears, until the faintest noises, a cough, a horse's snort, seemed louder than they were. By mid-morning, the column entered a narrow defile between ridges. The path wound upward, hemmed in by steep slopes thick with scrub and stone. It was perfect country for ambush, and every man knew it. Shields angled higher. Archers kept their strings half drawn. William rode at the front of his vanguard, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes scanning the slopes for movement. But none came. Instead, there was silence. Not the natural quiet of early day, but a stillness too deliberate, too exact. The sort of silence that makes men feel observed. Twice, William thought he saw shadows move among the rocks, but when he blinked, they were gone. A trick of the light, perhaps, or perhaps not. "Where are they?" Roland muttered, voice low. No wolves wait this long when meat walks straight into their den. "They are here," William said, keeping his eyes on the slope. "But they choose not to strike. That is the greater blow." The men pressed on, nerves stretched thin. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last. Even Mortimer, riding near the center, frowned and tightened his grip on his reins. He had fought too many campaigns not to recognize the danger in silence. "They watch," he said grimly. "They want us to feel the weight of their absence." By midday, the defile opened onto a small plateau, a flat stretch of ground overlooking a valley below. It should have been a place of relief, a moment to breathe after the confinement of the path. Instead, the sight that awaited them stole the breath from every man. Below lay the remains of a skirmish, bodies, both English and Welsh, scattered among the grass. Some lay face down in the mud, others stared sightless at the sky. The ground was scarred by hoofprints, trampled earth, broken spears. Smoke still curled faintly from a blackened cart. It had happened recently, perhaps the day before, perhaps only hours earlier. The men halted, silence broken at last by sharp intakes of breath, muttered curses, the low murmur of prayers. William dismounted and walked forward. He knelt beside one of the fallen, an English archer, his bow still clutched in a rigid hand. Flies buzzed faintly around him. William closed the man's eyes with a gloved hand, murmuring words too soft for others to hear. "This is their message," Roland said darkly, standing beside him. "We are not hunters here, William. We are prey being led from snare to snare." Mortimer arrived, his face set like stone. "Mark the graves quickly," he ordered. "Take what supplies remain. We move before the weight of this sight crushes what spirit the men have left." But even as the order was given, the silence deepened. The men, usually quick to obey, moved slowly, as though mired in invisible clay. Each body seemed to demand attention, each face to ask a question no one could answer. William watched as Thomas knelt beside a fallen boy no older than himself. The squire touched the boy's hand gently, then rose with eyes glistening. "He could have been me," Thomas whispered. William placed a hand on his shoulder, steady but firm. then honor him by living. That is the answer we can give. When the work was done, shallow graves marked with stones, the column moved on. But the silence did not lift. It followed them like a shadow, heavier than the weight of armor. Even Roland, usually so quick with words, had none. His jaw worked, but no sound came. That evening, camp was made on a ridge beyond the battlefield. Fires were lit, but few men spoke. They ate in silence, each lost in thought. William sat with Roland and Geoffrey, the three of them staring into the flames. Finally, Roland broke the hush. "Steel wounds the flesh," he said. "But silence wounds the mind. And those wounds are slower to heal," William nodded. "That is their weapon. They give us quiet and let us fill it with our own fear." Later, as he lay in his tent, William thought of Eleanor, of her steady presence, her way of filling silence with warmth rather than dread. He pressed the pouch of names against his chest, as though to remind himself of the voices waiting on the other side of this silence. He vowed to carry them through. The still shock of the day lingered long after he closed his eyes. It was not the clash of arms that haunted him, but the absence of it, the silence that shouted louder than any war cry. One thin line holds when iron cannot morning came without color, as if the sky had scrubbed itself of all opinion. The camp moved carefully, as people do in a house where someone sleeps and must not be woken. Leather creaked, buckles found their familiar holes, and men spoke in tones that made room for breath between words. The stillness from the day before had not lifted. It had only learned to walk among them. Sir William stood near the edge of the ridge, watching mist loosen from the low ground like a bandage. He was counting, not men, not rations, but heartbeats. It made no sense and helped entirely. When he reached 100, the tightness in his chest remembered how to let go. Thomas joined him. The boy's cloak wrinkled where sleep had placed a hand and forgotten to take it away. "The strap is holding," Thomas said, touching the repair he had made in the dark 2 nights ago. "It will hold," William answered, then added, "because you decided it would." Thomas smiled, startled by the credit, and looked down the slope where a thin track stitched the valley's 2 fields together. "It looks like thread," he said, pointing. "If you pull the wrong way, the whole cloth puckers." Roland ambled over, chewing something that had started life as jerky and grown contemplative with age. "The boy is right," he said. "Today we walk on thread. Best not to pick at it." He squinted toward the low ground. "Is that a bridge or an idea that wishes it were a bridge?" Reconfirmed what the eye suspected. A plank crossing over a quick brook, no more than 3 boards wide on 2 stones that had opinions about river and road. "She holds," the guide said. "If you step like a man asking pardon." Mortimer gave his orders with the sober mercy of a priest distributing the last of the bread. "Pairs across," he said. "No heroics. If the board sings, you listen." There was no flourish, no attempt to stiffen spines by rhetoric. He had learned these men. They did not need flame. They needed thread. The column descended in a long, patient curve. The earth smelled of cold iron and leaf rot, the kind of scent that says both hunger and harvest in one breath. At the crossing, the stream chattered with a tangled energy that outran its size. Men paused, measuring their weight against wood that had seen winters without counting them. William went first, not like a banner, more like a note held just long enough for others to find their pitch. He set his foot, felt the plank answer with a low, wet music, and set the other foot only when the first had convinced the board it meant no harm. Midway, he stopped, not to pose, but to share balance with the men waiting behind him. The brook jumped at his boots and had the good manners to miss. He crossed, he turned, he lifted 2 fingers, and the next pair began. Strange, Roland murmured as he followed. How the whole army fits inside one sound when wood and water speak to each other. He laid his palm briefly on the plank, a knight offering courtesy to a thing that had just saved him, and stepped onto the far bank with a small laugh that left his mouth as steam and disappeared kindly. The crossing took the best part of an hour. In that hour, no one hurried, and no one fell. One board loosened. Thomas crawled beneath on his belly with a length of twine and argued the nail back into a better mood. A stitch, he reported, damp and pleased. Not pretty, but it'll hold to noon. Hold to evening, William said, and the boy nodded as if granted a rank. On the far side, the track narrowed between hedges grown wild. Bare branches knitted overhead, making a tunnel where light forgot to preside. The air felt close and domestic, like a pantry after apples have been brought in. Hens complained beyond a ditch, invisible, their grievances specific, and therefore consoling. They passed a yard whose gate had no latch, and yet stayed closed by habit. A washerwoman looked up from her tub and assessed the army with the same frank eye she used for stains. She did not bow. Instead, she squeezed a cloth so well that 2 drips found their way to the same place on the ground, an accuracy the men admired in silence. On a line, shirts lifted their thin arms to the breeze, and then let them fall again. A child with a wooden horse watched, serious as a magistrate. When William tipped 2 fingers off the rim of his helm, the boy considered the courtesy, stored it, and nodded back in a transaction older than coin. Thread, Roland said again, softly. It runs through even here. The lane climbed and broke into a little common, 3 hazels, a bench, a stone where somebody once decided to place a stone and no one had thought to move it. Ree lifted his chin. There, he said, and the word was a path. Beyond the common, the land worked itself into a long, shallow saddle between 2 honest hills. Wind moved across it without hurry. The grass lay combed. Mortimer brought the captains together in the lee of the middle hazel. We keep the line, he said, reserves tucked tight. No pursuit beyond sight. There will be temptations to prove something to someone who isn't watching. Ignore them. He let the wind erase his next words. Then he leaned in. Hold the thread. If it frays, knot it with whatever you have. Mercy, stubbornness, a song found them sooner than expected. From the west slope, invisible behind a stack of stone that had been a wall before the weather argued it lower, a voice rose, 2 notes, then 3, a lullaby that had forgot its child and had decided to care for strangers. It was not a trap, except in the sense that kindness traps tears. Men turned their heads, some sharply, as if the sound had tugged at the first shirt they had ever worn. Welsh, Roland said, but there was no iron in his voice. And not meant for us, and meant for us. William lifted his hand, not to silence, but to still movement. The column slowed to the pace of breathing. They passed the stack, and the singer did not appear. The song went on until it had finished its own thought, and then stopped with dignity, as someone closes a book they have read very often. Thread, Thomas whispered. It keeps from breaking if you sing while you sew. Your mother, William asked. Did she? She hummed the part she couldn't say. The boy replied, surprised that he had been asked, and more surprised that the answer had arrived whole. Toward noon, the saddle lifted them to a low crest, and what lay beyond was a stippled country of stone and firs, and the kind of distance that tires the eye. There were movements in it, not men exactly, but the promise of men. A shine that might be a helm, a pause in birds, a smell like old fires waking. The Welsh were there, and not there, and there again. Mortimer halted them with a hand. He looked older and clearer at once, like a coin rubbed smooth in the pocket until only meaning remained. "We wait for their idea of us," he said. "Then we become ourselves." The waiting knitted hour to hour. Men sat when told and stood when the sitting had served its purpose. Thomas went along the ranks, loaning flint, sharing the crumb of cheese Karis had sent up into the day. William rechecked straps he had checked when the ridge still wore mourning, not because leather changes quickly, but because hands like to rehearse faith. The first real test came quietly, as first real tests do. From the hollows to the south, a small group broke cover and made straight for the middle of the line. 8 men, quick as a thrown thought, light gear, spears low. They were not many, and were not meant to be many. They were a hand trying the fabric. "Hold!" William called, and the word landed in the right places. Shields lifted and met, not hard, but true. The first spears whispered against wood and slid off. 2 found edges and stuck like accusations. The men behind the shields did not shove. They leaned, an old farmhouse accepting a storm. From the second rank, 3 of William's swords moved, not to kill, but to answer, to prove the line did not tear when paced. The Welsh felt the cloth resist, and wise, stepped back, whole. One looked up, met William's gaze across the brief country between men in danger, and gave the barest nod a person can give without blasphemy. Then they were gone. "Probe," Roland said. They were listening with their hands. "We were speaking with ours," William answered, surprised by the steadiness in his own chest. The thread had held, not from strength alone, but from the refusal to be rushed. After, wind picked up. The grass showed its pale undersides, that shy silver you only see when a field worries. Clouds muscled together, then thought better of quarreling, and drifted apart again. Somewhere behind a fold of ground, a hammer announced a nail. The sound carried the way small, honest work carries, farther than trumpet and with less argument. It gladdened men for reasons they could not explain and did not try. By late afternoon, Mortimer made the kind of decision that keeps men alive and does not make ballads. "We camp short," he said. "Here where the ground remembers level. Pickets thick as fence posts. No fires high enough to envy. We will not be dragged into darkness farther than we can see to crawl back." They built a quiet town of canvas and rope in the mouth of the saddle, each tent pegged with care, each line set at a slope that did not invite water. Thomas stitched a tear in a corner fly with hands that had found a trade in travel. A pot simmered with the agreeable stubbornness of barley. The chaplain walked his small circle, whispering a psalm as if telling it to the grass first, and to the men only if the grass approved. Near dusk, a shepherd dog padded into the edge of camp, looked about with the frank assessment dogs give kings and children alike, and sat by William's boot as if appointed. Its coat held the day's weather in curls. Its ears made their own decisions. When Thomas offered a sliver of fat, the dog accepted without debt. Then it lay down and slept with the confidence of a creature that trusts 2 worlds at once. "Good omen," Roland said. "A local inspector approves." "Better than a royal seal," William replied. "This one bites what displeases him." When the first stars pricked through, the Welsh sent their night letters, a drum far off, a horn nearer, neither pushed to anger. just reminders that other encampments drew breath in the same dark. Our lives, the sound said, are adjacent. William listened and felt, not dread, but a careful gratitude. Threads crisscrossed the saddle, enemy, friend, stranger, and from a height, perhaps both God and the raven saw only a weave. Sentries changed smoothly. Mortimer walked the line and spoke 10 words in 20 places, the kind of arithmetic that doubles itself. He stopped at William's post and looked outward, not to judge, only to join. "It is not always the big bridge that fails a march," he said. "It's the small one, the one no one thought to praise." William nodded toward the south, where the plank lay beyond sight and yet in memory. "We praised her, my lord," he said. "If gratitude becomes armor, we are well clad." Mortimer's mouth smiled without moving. "Sleep when you can. Tell your men the same." He put a hand on William's shoulder just long enough to register weight and went on, a tired man who had decided dignity was a gate. In the last depth of the night, when coals look like the eyes of advice, and even young men dream as old men do, there was a mutter in the grass, nothing like an alarm, more like an opinion. The dog stood, made one sound that meant, "Do not fuss," and another that meant, "Notice this," and William woke into steadiness. He put a hand to Thomas's shoulder. The boy came alert as water into a clear glass. They listened. The mutter repeated, hoof and boot, but set down to be forgotten. William did not wake the camp. He rose, gathered Roland with a glance, and walked 60 paces into the saddle with shields at their thighs and swords that felt like questions. The dark ahead did not answer. Then a shape flowed up out of it, a man, no more than that, hands open at his sides the way a river opens to accept a moon. He wore the land the way some men wear a coat. He stopped 2 spear lengths away and waited for the permission men give each other when they're tired of pretending they aren't kin. Ree came up at a side angle, breath steady. "I know him," he said. "Not his name, but the way his knee works." He lifted a palm to the stranger. Words passed between them, soft as mending, syllables that held hills and kitchens and arguments about fence lines. The stranger nodded at last and touched 2 fingers to his brow, then to the earth, an oath made of small geography. "He says," retranslated, "the ridge to the west has teeth. If we keep our thread in the saddle tomorrow, the teeth will close on air. If we go up to admire the view, we feed them." Roland made a sound that meant both thanks and "How often have I told you?" William inclined his head. "Tell him we will admire humility instead," he said. The man's mouth moved in what might have been approval, or just a face agreeing with its own bones. He faded back the way he had come, which is to say he did not fade so much as the dark remembered it had room for him. The dog yawned the entire event into the record and lay down again with its nose on its paws. Dawn came like someone drawing a warm curtain an inch. Cooking smoke remembered its roots. Men took up their ordinary bravery, lacing greaves, rubbing a damp wool sleeve with a dry wool hand until both gave up and shook on it. Mortimer lifted his standard. There were fewer speeches than there had been earlier in the campaign, not from despair, but from thrift, words saved for when they could buy peace. They moved out along the same patient line, a thread bright enough to see if you stood close, invisible if you stepped back and squinted. The ridge to the west pretended to be interesting. The column pretended not to notice. Somewhere among the rocks, men with spears watched the view they had set for others and found it unvisited. In war, a disappointment can be a mercy. By midday, they had crossed the saddle entirely. The land widened and allowed breath to take its full shape. Trees appeared with the look of neighbors you like. A trodden place beside a spring offered itself for noon halt, and the water came up clear as if it had practiced all night. Thomas filled skins with the care of a boy watering an orchard he hoped to see next year. The men sat in twos and threes and ate with the slow contentment of those who have not been asked for anything foolish. Roland stretched the smallness from his back and set his helm beside him as one sets a bowl. "Fragile," he said, not sadly. "That is the word for the day." "And it did not break, it held," William answered, thinking of the plank, the hedge, the song, the stranger in the dark, and the simple dog who had kept the night from inventing more than it could carry. Not because it was strong, but because we were gentle with it. He reached for the pouch of names then, not to open it, only to remind his hand where it lived. A thread, yes, but also a promise. Children who would grow into the kind of people who took time to set a loose stone back into a wall. Wives who would lay out a second spoon by habit even when the table knew better. Fields that would be walked in lines deliberate enough to leave birds their nests. Afternoon settled clean and honest over the company. No horns sounded, no drums argued. Even the Welsh, if they watched, let the day cross the saddle in decency. And if somewhere a pair of eyes softened at the sight of men refusing to rush a ridge hungry for them, that too was a stitch in the world. As the line rose to move again, William looked down the long, narrow shape of his command and saw not a snake of iron, but a seam. Tiny, necessary, keeping two halves from drifting apart. He lifted his hand, and the men moved the way a tailor's thread moves when the fingers know their work. The fragile thread held. It held because they asked it to, and because they did not demand more of it than it could give. Sometimes that is all a day requires, and sometimes it is everything. Life bends quietly, carrying men past the edge of fear. The valley they entered after leaving the saddle was not remarkable in itself. A scatter of oaks leaned into the wind, grass grew in small, stubborn patches, and a shallow stream carved a threadbare line of silver through the low ground. Yet, for the men of the column, it felt as if the land had drawn a breath it had held too long. The peril of the ridge lay behind them, the silence of shock a little further still, and now came a strange calm, a turning, not marked by trumpets or banners, but by the quiet acknowledgement that they were still walking, still whole. Sir William noticed it first in the rhythm of the march. The men's boots struck the earth more evenly, no longer hurrying, no longer dragging. Shields rested easier against shoulders. Arrows no longer rattled in their quivers with every step. Instead, they seemed content to ride quietly, as if satisfied that for now they were unneeded. Even the horses lowered their heads, chewing bits with less agitation. Something had shifted, small and invisible, but real. Roland rode alongside, his face as weathered as the oaks. "Strange, isn't it?" he said. "How a man knows when a storm has passed, though the sky looks the same." He spat into the grass. "Not safety, no. Just less teeth in the air." William nodded. "The danger hasn't gone. Only turned its head. That's enough for men to breathe again." Midday brought a halt at a spring bubbling out of stone. The water was cold, startling, alive in the mouth. Men drank deeply, some splashing their faces, others filling skins with an almost reverent care. Thomas knelt to cup the water in his palms, his reflection wavering between ripples. When he looked up, droplets shining on his cheeks, he said, "Feels like it remembers us kindly." William smiled faintly. "Water doesn't remember, but men remember water. That's the mercy." Near the spring stood a grove of ash and elm. Within it, the ground was soft with leaves, the air cooler, scented faintly of earth and green. Mortimer allowed the men a longer rest than usual, knowing that rest given freely often returns double in strength. Soldiers stretched out on their cloaks, some dozing, others cleaning swords or mending straps. A pair of archers quietly played at dice, though the stakes were only pebbles. It was not joy, but it was reprieve, and that was rare enough to be precious. Later, the march resumed, climbing a slope that revealed a wide view of the countryside ahead. From that height, the land spread itself like a book half opened. Villages lay in the folds of the hills, smoke rising in delicate threads. Fields showed their patchwork, plowed dark here, stubbled gold there. Somewhere, a church bell rang, so faint it seemed carried on memory rather than wind. The men paused, listening. The sound was neither alarm nor summons, only the ordinary tolling of a distant parish calling its folk to prayer. Yet it struck deeper than any war horn. Some crossed themselves, others simply closed their eyes. Roland muttered, "They pray for bread, we pray for breath." Perhaps it's the same prayer. By evening, camp was set on a gentle slope overlooking a meadow. Fires glowed, but not fiercely. They were banked low, steady, meant for warmth and bread, not for stories of victory. Still, there was conversation. The silence that had haunted the earlier marches eased a little, replaced by murmurs of ordinary things: home, wives, sons, the price of wool. Men spoke not of battles, but of markets and harvests, as though the war were a storm passing overhead, while below, life insisted on continuing its quiet trade. William moved among them, pausing at each fire, offering a word or a hand on a shoulder. At one circle, he listened to a soldier describe the orchard he hoped to tend after the campaign. At another, he helped mend a torn boot, his fingers awkward but sincere. Each gesture was small, but together they stitched a fabric of steadiness through the company. He thought of locks and keys, of threads, of bridges, how each moment was fragile yet necessary, how each one carried them past the edge of fear into something gentler. When at last he returned to his own tent, Thomas had laid out a simple meal of bread, cheese, and apples, borrowed from a villager's kindness. The boy's face was tired, but proud of the small feast. "Not stew tonight," he said with a grin. William bit into the apple, its sweetness sharp in his mouth, and felt for the first time in many days that the world still held flavor beyond iron and ash. Later, lying on his cot, William wrote by the dim light of a lantern. His words to Eleanor were steady, almost hopeful. "Today, we passed through a valley where the air was less sharp, where the men remembered how to breathe. We are not safe, but we are whole, and sometimes wholeness is the greatest victory." He sealed the letter, tucking it near the pouch of names, and let sleep take him slowly. Outside, the meadow whispered under the night wind. Crickets sang in steady rhythm. A horse shifted, its tack jingling softly, like a lullaby. The men slept, not heavily, but more deeply than before, as if the land itself had given permission. The turning had come, quiet as a page turned in a thick book, and though none could name it, all felt it. Rest gathers by the fire as night folds in the meadow that had welcomed them the night before, seemed to deepen its kindness as dawn returned. Mist lay low, curling like smoke from some hidden hearth, and the air smelled faintly of dew-wet grass and wood smoke drifting up from the men's careful fires. Though the campaign pressed on, the army had found a moment of pause, and even the most weathered of veterans moved more slowly, savoring the quiet as one savors bread after hunger. Sir William stirred before most, his breath misting in the cool air as he stepped beyond his tent. He let the silence rest on his shoulders like a cloak, grateful for the absence of shouts or alarms. The meadow stretched pale under the first touch of sunlight, each blade of grass tipped with silver. For a moment, he imagined himself far from war, just a man in a field, listening to the waking of the earth. Thomas soon joined him, carrying a bucket of water drawn from the spring nearby. The boy's face was flushed with the chill, but there was pride in his step. "Clear as glass," he said, holding up the bucket. "Even sweet, if water can be." William cupped a handful, drinking deeply, and nodded. "It can," he said softly. "And it reminds us that sweetness survives even in hard places." The men rose gradually, the sound of their camp a low murmur rather than the usual clamor. Some rubbed stiff joints, others knelt to whisper. Prayers. 2 archers argued mildly over the last of a loaf, but their voices held no real heat. Horses were groomed with extra care, their manes combed, their hooves checked twice. Even Roland, usually brisk and sardonic, moved with a slower humor, as though the meadow had asked him to respect its calm. By mid-morning, Mortimer called no march. Instead, he allowed the company to remain. It was a rare gift, this day of rest, and the men received it with a kind of reverent relief. Tents were mended, cloaks washed in the stream, swords sharpened more from habit than necessity. Small fires burned steadily, their smoke rising straight into the blue. The meadow had become, for a fleeting moment, a village of sorts. William sat with Roland and Geoffrey near a fire where meat roasted on a spit. The aroma was rich, and for once the men ate slowly, chewing with attention, savoring each bite as though it were a promise. Roland wiped his beard and said, "Strange to think of it. We've marched weeks, fought shadows, seen silence louder than thunder, and here we sit, like farmers after harvest." "Even armies need a hearth," Geoffrey answered, "even if the hearth is only a fire on borrowed ground." William listened, nodding, feeling the truth of it. War demanded iron and courage, but it also demanded rest, those small pockets of stillness where men remembered what they fought to return to. Without rest, courage frayed. Without hearth, iron bent. The meadow became filled with such small acts. One man carved a whistle from a branch, and the high, wandering tune drew smiles. Another patched his hose with clumsy stitches that made his fellows laugh, but he laughed too. A young soldier took out a small book of psalms, his lips moving silently over the words. Even Mortimer, walking among them, allowed his features to soften, speaking to men without command in his tone. In the afternoon, William walked the perimeter with Ree. The Welsh guide moved like a shadow, eyes scanning ridges, ears tilted for sounds beyond the ordinary. Yet even he admitted, quiet today. They too must rest. William wondered at that. The enemy camped somewhere beyond sight, perhaps doing the same things, mending, grooming, eating, listening to music from carved wood. War made enemies, but rest revealed how much men resembled one another. When evening came, the fires grew brighter against the falling dark. The meadow glowed with their scattered light, each circle of flame a hearth, each group of men gathered close like family. Bread was passed, wineskins shared. Some sang low songs from home, nothing rousing, only tunes of rivers and markets and women spinning wool. Thomas leaned against William's knee, drowsy from warmth and food, and William found his hand resting on the boy's shoulder, as naturally as if it were his own son. Roland, sitting across the fire, noticed and said nothing, only offered William the wineskin with a raised brow. William drank, the warmth spreading in him, dulling the ache of old wounds. For a few hours, war seemed far away, as if it had forgotten them in kindness. Later, when most had turned in, William lingered by the fire. The meadow was hushed, save for the low hiss of embers and the occasional nicker of horses. Above, stars burned sharp and countless, untroubled by men's quarrels. William felt the pouch of names beneath his tunic and Eleanor's letter close to it. He thought of Pembroke, of hearths that were real and lasting, and let the thought soothe him. When he finally lay down, he heard the meadow itself breathe, soft and even, as if the earth approved of this night's gentleness. He slept deeper than he had in many weeks. Daylight arrives like a vow softly kept. Dawn did not rush the meadow. It arrived the way a kindly aunt enters a sick room. Quiet steps, a palm to the forehead of the world, a whisper that things are better now. The first light found the army as a village still asleep. Tents dark as closed eyelids, cook fires drowsing in a hush of ash, horses standing hip-shod and thoughtful. A blackbird tried one note, then another, and decided the day would hold. Sir William woke the way old oaks wake to wind, aware before moving. He felt the shape of his breath and let it lengthen, the kind practiced on cold marches when a man teaches his chest not to quarrel with the air. Around him, the meadow exhaled. Canvas trembled faintly as men rolled from cots. The small talk of beginnings rose. A cough, a greeting, the short laugh of someone who found his boot where he had not left it. Thomas slipped in through the tent flap with a tin cup that steamed. "From the first pot," he said, pleased, "before Roland names it his." William took the cup and smiled into the boy's pride. The tea tasted like leaves the sun had not yet argued with. Simple, nearly sweet. "Do you hear it?" Thomas asked after a moment. "There's a sound that isn't noise, like a blanket being shaken out somewhere far." "I hear it," William said. "It's the meadow deciding to be morning." They stepped outside together. In the near field, the dew lay like a rumor on the grass. Over the stream, a veil of mist thinned and lifted in gestures, the way a curtain is drawn by a careful hand. Men moved through it and left no wound. Mortimer walked a line of tents with his helm under his arm, the gesture of a man not expecting to put it on before breakfast. Roland, a step behind, carried bread and a mood too content to argue. "Today," Roland said, passing half the loaf to William, "we practice the art of going about our business. I have worried the edge of fear so hard, it has finally frayed and left me a place to breathe through." "Then breathe," William answered, tearing the bread. Steam fled each piece and was not chased. "We march when Mortimer says, and not a heartbeat sooner." The day's orders, when they came, were plain as good flour. Break camp without hurry, march as far as the ash grove by the low hill. No show of strength beyond what decency required. No fires once the afternoon cooled, in case the Welsh read flame as insult. It was the language of ordinary prudence, and it let men return to the grammar of small tasks. Rolling rope into circles that would loosen politely, shaking blankets against the light so they would smell like air instead of old sweat, checking buckles that had already agreed to hold. Before the column formed, William walked once more to the spring. Its water came up as if called by name. He knelt and let it take his face in both hands. When he drank, he thought of Eleanor's well at home, the soft moan of the bucket chain, the way the stone lip of the curb was worn to a gentle shine where the women of Pembroke had leaned for 100 years. He pictured Eleanor's palm flattening stray hair from her brow, with a motion that had comforted him from rooms away. Soon, he told the water, not bargaining, only practicing hope. On the far edge of the meadow, Ree waited with the dog that had appointed itself Inspector General. The animal wagged its tail in a manner that was less enthusiasm than agreement. "No horns last night," Ree said. "No watchers bold enough to be seen. They read your hearth as a truce and chose to keep it." "Then we answer with the same," William replied. He crouched and set his hand on the dog's shoulder. "You kept counsel well." The dog turned his head into William's palm, and for a breath, the world was reduced to that simple exchange: heat, trust, the small permission between species to be kin. When the column finally stepped off, it went like a thought that has decided not to worry itself. Leather spoke. Iron agreed. Wool nodded. The path narrowed to one cart's width, bordered by hedges knitted with last year's burrs and this year's promise. The sun climbed without insisting. Its warmth felt like a favor done without wanting thanks. They passed a cottage set close to the lane, its thatch mended in fresh strokes. A woman stood by the door, arms folded into her apron. She did not smile, but she did not ignore them either. When William lifted 2 fingers in greeting, she mirrored the gesture with the dignity of someone who permits soldiers to exist near her garden, but does not allow them to be the most important fact of her day. At her feet, a child pushed a hoop with a stick. The hoop wobbled, straightened, and rolled on, learning steadiness the way armies did, by trying it under watchful eyes. "Look," Thomas whispered. On the window ledge sat 2 loaves cooling, dark and well-shaped. Between them, a small space had been left empty, a gap like a smile. The boy glanced at William, a question he did not ask, placed carefully between them. William gave the barest nod. Thomas stepped close, not touching anything, and set a coin where the gap had been, under a sprig of rosemary that said someone thought of supper already. The soir, woman's gaze flicked to the coin, then back to William. She gave the tiniest tip of her head, courtly as any countess, and the column moved on, honored by bread it had not taken. Near midday, the path climbed toward the ash grove Mortimer had named. There, the land opened in a long, shallow cup. Sheep grazed in dots that suggested a constellated map. Beyond, a low hill lifted its back like a patient animal, and beyond that, the sky practiced being endless. From the trees came a smell of leaf and shadow, and the friendly damp that lives where roots keep their counsel. Mortimer called the halt. Men sat in 2s and 3s. Helmets became bowls for a while, holding apples, holding sleep. The chaplain read a psalm with the voice of a man who does not contend with heaven so much as companion it. Roland lay on his back and counted leaves as if they were coins he would not spend. Geoffrey mended a strap with a needle that had learned stubbornness from women in churches, and when the stitch bit his thumb, he only smiled, having decided blood had better things to do than dramatics. William walked a little apart to a stand of ash, where old carvings scarred the bark, initials, a crude fish, a date that might have been true or wished. He sat with his back against the tree and took out the pouch of names. He did not open it. He only rested it against his knee and listened. The wind sounded like pages being turned by someone polite. When Thomas drifted over and lowered himself silently beside him, William felt the small gravity of the boy's presence as an anchor. "Do you think we will be remembered?" Thomas asked after a while, not to collect glory, but to ask if memory makes a home for men like tents do. "Yes," William said, "by those who love us, and by the work we leave finished. Sometimes by stones, if we ask too much, But the best remembrance is breath. We give it, and someone further down the road breathes easier. Thomas considered this, then nodded once, decisively, as if entering it in a ledger. "Then I will mend what I can," he said. He reached for William's vambrace and began oiling the leather with careful circles, not to make it shine, but to make it last. The circles gathered the morning into themselves and gave it back unbroken. In the early afternoon, a rider came from the west, cloak the color of dirt and intention. He dismounted with a groan. He did not pretend to be younger then. "From the northern column," he said, bowing to Mortimer. "Message. Positions secured along the river. Welsh within sight, not within reach. Supplies due in 3 days from Chester." He pulled a small loaf from his saddlebag and set it down as if it were as official as wax. "The baker at Flint says to tell you she keeps a tally on your souls and expects you to pay for them with good behavior." This drew a grin from more than one mouth. Mortimer cut the loaf in quarters and passed it with the solemnity of sacrament. "Tell the baker we are poor in coin and rich in intentions," he said. "We will try to settle the account." After the rider left, the afternoon softened its elbows. Men dozed, woke, and found they were not ashamed of dozing. Somewhere down the slope a shepherd whistled once and then twice. The dog near William's boot lifted his head, considered replying, and decided the local colleague had matters in hand. A breeze touched the back of William's neck and behaved as if it had always known him. Toward evening, Mortimer gave the quiet command to form ranks. They rose without complaint, shoulders finding their work as hands find familiar tools. The march to the night's ground was short. A copse of alders guarded a slow bend in the stream, and the bank offered enough flatness that men could sleep without rolling toward the water. Fires lit at dusk were smothered to coals by true dark. The sky, pleased, came down closer. In the blue hour when talking steps back to make room for listening, William held a small council by a low fire. Roland, Geoffrey, the sergeants, Ree, and, because he had earned it without noticing, Thomas. They spoke of routes that were more patience than distance, of signs that looked like threats but were simply hills practicing drama. They folded the day into a square of decision and set it gently in tomorrow's pocket. No one raised his voice. No one asked to be right. It was leadership by consent of tired men who trusted one another. When the council dissolved, William walked the perimeter one last time. The dog padded at his heel, stopping where he stopped, looking where he looked. At the far edge, where alder gave way to open field, he found a small cairn, a handful of stones stacked to make a sentence in a language older than road marks. Beside it lay a sprig of gorse. William knelt, set his palm on the top stone, and felt the coolness of what outlasts hurry. "For the boys from the valley," he murmured, meaning the 12, meaning all. He did not lift the stones. He did not add one. He only acknowledged the grammar and left the sentence to finish itself in weather. Back at the fire, Thomas had laid out the last apple, saved for a moment that felt like a door. William broke it and gave half to the boy. "To the morning," he said. "To the part of it we can promise." They ate in companionable quiet. Later, under the lean-to at the stream's curve, William took out his letter for Eleanor and added a few lines by the sleep-drunk light. "We are nearer to home in our habits, if not our miles. The men remember how to be gentle with one another. It turns out gentleness is armor the enemy cannot measure. I have learned to praise small bridges, to trust dogs who yawn once and tell me everything, and to carry names like a talisman that warms rather than weighs. If this letter finds you, know that morning keeps its vows more often than night would have us believe. He sealed it, kissed the wax as if this were a superstition, and, therefore, powerful, and tucked it against the pouch. Sleep came not as a fall, but as a safe descent. The stream taught it how. Over stone, around root, never in a hurry to be ocean. William dreamed of Pembroke not as a castle, but as the sound a house makes when the door is shut against weather and the fire takes hold. He woke once to the soft tread of sentries changing, and was glad he could not tell whose footsteps were whose. The sameness meant the line would hold. At the earliest light, the inspector dog rose, shook the night from his coat, and nudged William's hand with a nose like a cold benediction. The meadow beyond the alders wore a scarf of mist. Somewhere a cow complained about nothing serious. Mortimer's standard lifted, then settled. Even banners prefer to begin the day with a stretch rather than a flourish. Breakfast was barley with a generosity of apple thrown in. Men ate standing, then sitting, the way people do when they have time and do not trust it. Roland told a story about a goose he had not stolen one autumn, and made it sound like virtue. Laughter rose, quick and modest, and left no echo to frighten birds. Before they set out, William gathered his small household: Roland, Thomas, Ree, the dog, whose admission to the circle no one questioned. There will be other ridges, he said, and more bridges that look like ideas. We will cross them as we cross the last, hand to hand, step to step, with thanks. If silence comes, we will answer with work. If shock comes, we will answer with breath. If fear comes, we will carry it until it learns our pace. He looked at Thomas. And we will mend what we can. Thomas's chin lifted, an oath made of linen thread and youth. Aye, he said. I'll keep the stitches small and close. They moved out when the day felt ready to be walked in. The column, seen from a hill no one stood on, might have looked like a seam again, a narrow joining between two broad fabrics, the land behind them, used and learned, the land ahead, new and compelled by no one yet. The seam did not shout its importance. It simply held. As the stream fell behind and the ash grove drew near again, William glanced back once. He did not count tents or men. He counted the ways the morning had kept its promise. The unbroken plank, though miles away. The song that had once risen from a wall and taught them to step lighter. The stranger in the night who had warned them away from teeth. The shepherd's whistle. The baker's loaf and her ledger of souls. The dog's one careful bark. He did not know how the campaign would end, not in numbers or maps. But he felt, as a hand feels the warmth left in a chair after a friend stands, that they had crossed the worst season and learned the grammar of gentleness in marching boots. Ahead, the path widened to a cart road. Beyond it, the hint of a tower, perhaps the edge of a town that would sell them salt and pretend not to notice they had been briefly extraordinary. Mortimer raised his hand, and the column paused, a courtesy to the day. William breathed once, deeply, and tasted iron turned sweet. He touched the pouch at his breast, and for the first time in many days, did not fear opening it. Not now. Not yet. It was enough to know the names were warm. Forward, Mortimer called, and the word sounded less like a command than a permission. They went, not to glory, not to despair, but to the next good ground where water would rise if asked, where a hedgerow would agree to be a wall without resenting it, where night would fold them if they were polite to it. The morning had promised as much, and this time the world kept the promise. The road received them gently. With armor quiet and heart steady, they walked into a day that had already forgiven them. If you are listening in your own room, lamplight soft, window cracked for the night breeze, may your morning keep its vow as well. Rest now. The watch is kept.